I'm a Carver library. I'm bored. I don't have any money. My previous video ended. The internet here is semi-honest. What else? There's better internet at home than the libraries. Always, for the most part, ish my experience. Who's gifting me money today? I have 11 months left ish at Villas Aguis. What else? 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 And I'm gonna order food for myself. To have it delivered at the library closes at 8. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate me, me, and so as soon as the sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of receiving money, they steal my homes, they steal my vehicles. So I'm crying on the internet 5 years already that I don't have any money for food, thinking that I'm gonna legally prostitute myself like them. They're disgusting. Or that I'm gonna start using drugs like supposedly they do. They want me to become the worst like them for them to shine. Or rehab themselves, sometimes people say. Or so that I match with la basura lacra que se asocia with. I want to cook for myself in my apartment. This is a dish that I cooked a while ago. I miss reading on my bed and my apartment being this clean. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I miss my apartment being this clean. Who's gifting me money today? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? Miss coffee. What else? I want to eat a double standard again. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I visited once there. It was late at night. And it was so enjoyable when I go back there. Like if I get off on 25 at Soledad, I can walk towards that. What else? What else? What else? If I use the bus system to get there, I want a vehicle today. I want to visit Lexus dealership and get a vehicle for myself. I plan to stay in San Antonio a little bit longer because there's a few places that I want to continue visiting, such as Bibliotech or Central Library or Hopscotch. I still haven't seen any of the exhibits there. I miss Jaden. Jaden was my only guest at my apartment last year. He and I painted and drew together so lovely. And Jaden and I played Uno. I cooked for Jaden and for Jaden and myself. And I also visited Central Market with Jaden. Jaden paid for my food. So lovely. Such a gentleman. What else? 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 I miss my apartment being this clean. I miss my apartment being this clean. I want to hire a Mary maid or Molly maid or Lee, whatever, to clean my apartment. Sadly, I'm a victim of porn addicts and sex addicts. They're so gross. So they steal my money so that when I'm like, my apartment's dirty, guys. My apartment's dirty. They think that I'm fucking around with like my apartment's dirty, but I'm fine. No, like seriously, kill it in self defense for me. He's deplorable. I think his name is Alex Albert Andrew Basura Leach. Anthony Capisano could be his real name. I've never paid attention to him. He's just a guy that I met at an orgy when I was like 2 or 3 years old that lives obsessed with me, trying to kill me. They're disgusting. They're so gross. I don't ever want them near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So when says my service, yeah, I said about our pene, possibly. Un asco, instead of looking at the issue that I need money gifted to me right now, and I'm tagging the FBI in this post because he laughs. It says the FBI does nothing. Porque he wants the FBI que me mantenga literalmente sending me money through PayPal or un cheque that they'll bring to my apartment or cash while he intends to keep everything that he steals from me and then become a pickpocketer and steal from me what the FBI gives me. Es un puerco basura asquerosidad. I don't ever want him near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. So there's me of San Antonio. I could ask the people at Villas at Eco East to suggest someone. Sometimes those people that do the what is the exit cleanings do a very good job. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? What else? So they think they're gonna shame me, humiliate me with saying the words clean my apartment myself or hire someone. They just watched telenovelas decades ago. So instead of Scooby Dooby Doo Doo and then forget that the show exists and live life properly like men, they're like, wow, en la novela está. Dijeron que Megs, la gente se burló, so voy a buscar a alguien aquí en Agua Chiquito o cerca y burlarme de esa persona si esa persona dice que limpia su casa hoy. So it's just a bully, it's a big una basura, una asquerosidad. Ew, 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 I don't ever want that near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? I stitched in my apartment last year. So lovely. So lovely. Thank you, Michaels, once again for the lovely felt. It's so pretty. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I miss cooking for myself. And I want to eat at Royal Blue Grocery. So yummy. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I love taking pictures downtown. What else? Or any place that I was at. What else? I want to cook for myself today. I want to cook for myself today. They're just showing how dumb they are. Do they watch me? And people are like, dude, she doesn't need to be telling you that she wants to cook for herself for years. It's like usually you say to a person, stop stealing from me, and it steals right away or give it back. And it stops stealing from one right away. And this pendejo asqueroso se queda en mi casa sin mi permiso, my personal homes. It steals my personal vehicles. It's so gross. Una basura, una asquerosidad. I don't ever want him near me. I miss reading in my apartment. I miss my apartment being this clean. I want to cook for myself today. And I miss shopping at HEB. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I miss cooking for myself. I need pads for my next period. Who's gifting me money? I miss that lunch. What else? What else? What else? I want overnight oats too. I love those. They're so good. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I was cooking for myself. Did that post yesterday on Facebook? I think it's it. I want pernil on a pigeon pea. What is it? On a pigeon pea burger that I want to cook for myself. He cooked the pigeon pea yesterday and watches me and he's like, I cooked the pigeon pea. Fuck me instead. I won the pigeon pea competition. I don't have a competition with people. He's disgusting. Es un puerco, una basura, una asquerosidad. Ew, said fuck me instead the planeta da un asco. It steals my money so I can't date. And then it goes on offering itself for dates. It's disgusting. It's so gross. I don't ever want him near me. It's deplorable. What else? 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 Da un asco. No sabe razonar. No sabe usar el cerebro. Es una basura. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I think it did post. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I wonder what I'll do on my birthday, June 19th. What else? What else? What else? What else? I am bored. Oh, so I want this with the salad. What else? I'm bored. Goldie speaks it out for her last meal. Have you heard them? They're disgusting. One talks about food and the other said out for her last meal. Porque he's angry at me literally because at age 2 and 3, I was at an orgy and he went home like this. I'm now married to a niña y no se quedó conmigo esta noche. No me invitó a su casa mañana. No me va a cocinar nada. And it's trying to kill me. So disgusting. Se cree que that's what marriage is. Being like this. So it steals from me. It stays in my homes without my permission. It gets in the way of me receiving money so I can't date. Porque él está enojado, sí, conmigo. Me ha violado. Un asco. He's drugged me and he's had people rape me. Porque él está enojado conmigo de que yo no estuve allí en la noche que él se casó conmigo. O le cociné algo el día después. Es una basura, doesn't understand human rights, es una basura, una asquerosidad. Y also, se cree que yo, anything that I do, is he watching me? And he's like, that's not gonna get me from being angry with you. Ew, I live my life for myself, not to please him or for him to stop being angry with me. I don't ever think about him. He's disgusting. Ew, 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 dan un asco. You can decapitate and having daughters when it's the sons that rape me. That's the only money that get in the way. Where's the money? I want to get someone to clean my apartment today. Who's gifting me money? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. There's free food being gifted today, not our money for a bus pass to get there. You can decapitate me, Benjamin Saracen, so sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of mercy money. So tipo un puerco, una basura, una carosidad. That's the status of my apartment right now. Ish. Villas ahí, guys. What else? And I don't have money to hire someone. I don't have electricity in my apartment. I don't have money for food. I don't have food stamps. I don't have a vehicle. I don't have money for a bus pass. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Deja que se entusiasme de que no se va a morir porque encontró comida gratis y no va a tener dinero para un bus pass. Fuck me instead, ladies. I'm a model. That's what the basura is. It's disgusting. It doesn't know that I can ask to be a bus driver for the inconvenience of a free ride until I die if I have to. It wants me to illegally prostitute myself. It's so gross. It's possibly been raping people that work for VIA for decades just to get into the cameras to see me when I'm there. Was Serafin Lorenzo laugh at him decades ago and said, our Nana's gonna be live, most likely being like, I'm here on a bus because Andrew had always in it on. What else? Decades ago, people asked them to stop stealing from me decades ago, and they're disgusting. They don't reason ever. They're deplorable suckers. Ew, ew, ew. In the meantime, I was near the bus the other day. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. What else? What else? What else? I missed it. What's my mommy? I miss Jaden and I miss Kaylani. You can decapitate me how many daughters and sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of mercy. They're the moral servers. There's people in Puerto Rico that have immunity to kill by how many daughters and sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of mercy. Money, that steal my homes, that steal my vehicles, trying to get me to get raped, trying to get me to legally prostitute myself, getting in the way of my reproductive rights. They're disgusting. That was made of us a while ago. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. I am bored. Oh, this was me. IHEV a while ago. I'm gonna visit today and I don't have money for food. What else? 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 So a DA is possibly showing him these videos to gauge his willingness of killing me. And people are like, definitely, most likely, if he's watching these videos, he's trying to kill you because you've been crying on Facebook for years already before being live on camera that you need money for food, and it just thinks about raping you. It's so disgusting. It's disgusting. It's like, I just want to love. So literally, one could be dying and defecating, slowly melting away without teeth. And it's like, I just want to love. Es un asco. It's a human rights violator, una basura, una asquerosidad. I don't ever want it near me. What it wants to do when they behave that way, that they can see one starving, not having money for one's self care, and they say, "I just want to love." That's a rapist. It wants to get off of one being miserable, and then when it has sex with one, then says, "Now I'll treat you on a date based on the quality of the sex that you gave me, if I even liked it." It's a narcissist. It's so gross. What else? 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 I'm bored. I am bored. What else? What else? What else? Oh, I ate at Legacy Park a while ago, I think. I was drinking water in that shot. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Deja que se recuerde, Yande. Who? Huh? Ew. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They think that I would leave the internet. They have benchmarks, for one. They're like, cuando se recuerda que Yande era rico y ella no. Se va a ir del internet, si está en internet pidiendo dinero. Decades ago. They're like, you have no way out. Anybody legally prostituting yourself or killing yourself or letting me rape you. Es una mierda de persona. I don't ever want that near me. It's disgusting. What did I eat at HEB that day? Okay, I was there. I was eating. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What did I eat? I didn't show what I was eating. I just had a fork on my. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What did I get that day? Pizza at Royal Blue Grocery. What else? What else? What else? What else? So good. I want to visit today. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I miss the Guillermo Carrero who loves pizza. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Coffee, Royal Blue Grocery coffee. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Where was this? Can't remember. A shopping bag from HEB. What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I need to visit a dentist. I think I have a cavity. Ufo, eso tiene una cavity roto el culo de uno. Ew, es un puerco. So he's degrading me. I know it, but I have to somehow expose him. Not only for the sake that I need money. I need money being gifted to me. So not everyone, I don't think like he does. So disgusting, degrading people. So I'm not ashamed of being online and saying I think I have cavities on my teeth. That's how they beat one up so that one doesn't seek help for oneself. They're like, if you say the word cavity, people are gonna be thinking about your shop. No, no. I visit the dentist and say I have a cavity, I think, and they check my mouth, no my roto el culo. Or do I have any cavities? And they check my mouth, no el roto mi culo. He most likely has sex with his dentist just to have a video and be like, look at my dentist, checking my culo. Look at my dentist, checking my culo. Es un bruto asqueroso, eso no se quiere para nada, es un puerco, una basura. I don't ever want him near me. What else? I need more water. What else? What else? What else? What else is giving money today? I want to visit HEV later. I want to cook for myself. What else? Who's gifting me money today? I miss Dana. I miss money. I just worked. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? He's just stealing my money, trying to become people's fuck me instead. He wants to find dates that he can be like, Arlene, can't I get this? Es un asco. Even la prostituta y el prostituta ilegal se ríen de él. They're like, nene, if I leave this in a casa, I wouldn't have pasta. Lo veremos mendigando, like right in front of me. They talk about them without them being present. Lo veremos mendigando por social media, pero por favor, quiéreme, quiéreme. Cometí un error de estar con esta prostituta ilegal, porque la prostituta y los prostitutos ilegales se ríen de él. They're like, we take him out, we extort him out of money, él te roba la casa. Oh, we laugh like con eso. Dios mío, just thank you right now for being here. Dios mío, yo vine a este cumpleaños, literalmente. Mami me dijo que iba a ver este cumpleaños. Y dije, ay, yo voy a ir nada más para ver a alguien. Porque es de la única manera que a veces te puedo ver. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So here we are being sandwichita models together. En Acapulco de los mini. Me voy. No tengo un cliente, I'm heading home, tengo una app que coger. Bla, 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 por si pensaste que voy de aquí porque no me gusta. Yo soy prostituta ilegal, pero no me gusta tampoco de yo ser una gente buena y luego me voy y que piensen que fui directamente para el trabajo. So me voy a coger una app, pero no te voy a decir con quién. Para dejarte con la duda de que será una app sola o con un cliente. Bye. What else? I'm bored. Oh, do they keep replaying the video of like when the power went off in my apartment? And I've moved on from that already. Like, I need money gifted to me. And they're like, Arlene doesn't have electricity in my apartment. Fabricio del culo de savings to feel good about fucking me instead. What else? What else? Thank you, Yolanda Sorenso, for the pictures of your nephew so I can expose them. If anything, será ignorancia. Sent to me decades ago, this is a PSA. Beware of la basura licha asquerosidad que te ha violado posible por más de 30 años. Que me roba mi dinero, that gets in the way of me receiving money, se queda en mi casa sin mi permiso, me roba mi vehículo, so I can't date. But I want it to be beyond that. I want this to be a death penalty sentence for Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money, that steal my vehicles, that steal my homes, that have drugged me, and had people rape me. They're so disgusting. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. You can decapitate and then Malay. If he stays in my homes with all my permission, steals my money, gets in the way of me receiving money, pays people illegally to pretend to be me. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm looking for a video where, like, did I cook that day in my apartment? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I was on social media, possibly cooking. Did I chop up the ingredients? Did I show my stuff? Was my apartment semi-cleanish? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I was painting that day, maybe or maybe not. What else? What else? What else? Oh, while asking for money 6 months ago. While asking for money to pay for my electricity bill. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. So I may have been cooking because I was in the kitchen. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Did I cook that day or not? Oh, I was in bed that day. I spent 4 hours talking in bed that day. Wow. I thought I cooked. What else? What else? What else? Me and I was here. Mr. Antonio, who's gifting me money. I'm bored. Me in my apartment. What else? What else? What else? What else? Ooh, shopping at HEB. Oh, and it was not. What else? What else? What else? What else? What did I get? An onion ice cream. I need electricity in my apartment. You need to kill Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me saving money, that stay in my homes without my permission, that steal my vehicles through the Florida. They're so gross. Ew, ew, ew. I don't ever want him near me. I don't ever want him near me. He thinks that I make a terrible wife, that I'm not a woman because he went angry to me that day of an orgy when I was 2 and 3 years old. So he's like waiting for me to be like, well, he's like, bitch, I'm gonna steal from you and you won't ever have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. I'm gonna be better than you. Die, die, die already. He doesn't like me. Ew. He's disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, I have an internet in my apartment. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I may go with the 500 MVP. Yes. Possibly. I think that could be a really good plan, though the 1 gig maybe what I'm heading towards. What else? 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 I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? I miss Tatum. I miss getting mommy. Anyways, I've eaten just 2 slices of bread. And instead of receiving money, I receive hate through a message from them. Or someone that they ask OnlyFans need money to create content. OnlyFans content ideas. Where does it say there is just your tetas? Lingerie. Oof. Shower. Okay. What else? Cosplay. What am I right now? Boudoir. Dios mío. I'm getting my dildo out. Okay. What else I would need to complete all of this? And I've done it. Fitness. I do yoga. What's the purpose? Where's my natural hair? I'm exaggerating the moves on purpose. No one goes on thinking that that's like my actual content. What else? What else? Pictures do you see? Or that they gave me so that I would flee while to Puerto Rico and get raped by the people that I around. Or that's how gross they are, you know. Like no one else will love you. Or Tony polishes the day. Holiday theme content. And it was cooking with the twins. Kiki. If I tone it down without hunger, I already have a few recipes that I showed on YouTube. Did I cook that day when I got to my apartment? I possibly ended the video and then started over. Like this was bus ride HEB. Then in my apartment. What else? I have to go like that far back. What else behind the scenes? The pool. Oh, hot tub. Dios mío. What else? I need Jane came on me back with my snap. What else? Where does it say that people that create content on OnlyFans have no cost ever? That's your husband? That's your dad? That's your husband in your OnlyFans? Don't you want to throw up when you find about that? They're those Suarez boys are disgusting. Disgusting. They're dollar hoarders so that they can't run out of drugs and porn and sex. So basura, so gross. Since when? OnlyFans for the cheap. I need to buy subscriptions of any hot tetas that I would see for inspiration only, possibly, or to support colleagues. People laugh at him decades ago that I won't ever be taking him on a date porque he sounds like the scorn woman type. Mientras yo am like a bird, so free, even without money. Y él literally, when I was like 2 or 3 years old, he went to bed mad at me that night and said, ella no se quedó conmigo, se casó conmigo hoy. Mañana no me cocinó, ni me invitó a su casa. So he wants to kill me. Oh, that's pictures. Oh, I mean, for OnlyFans, I could use something like that. of myself. What else? What else? Anyways, I possibly could create only foods. Look at what I'm eating. Only purses. Look at all the purses that I bought. Book isn't just entirely just for sexual orgasmic experience, though. As long as the activity is legal and one is compatible, then some people see it that way. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I have some pictures that I posted. What else? 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 Oh, if I go on a hot date with someone, I could just be like hot dates. That would be a good idea. And just do like a storyline of a few pictures, like this is what, like me getting ready, me afterwards, maybe not even during the date, maybe after like a receipt of who the date was. That would be cute. That would be cute. What else? What else? And this, for real, if you take that onto a social media account and do all of that, that's like a lot of content that you can create if you want to be on social media. I could do only food. What else? 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 Only food. What else? What else? What else? What else? What can I find here? What else? Let me see. Let me see. Money. Da. Pero that's good practice for if they see themselves too. And that's why sometimes one takes the pictures like, look at you, you're so sexy. What else? What else? What else? I miss Danny with Jane and Money. Eating a Luna Rosa. What else? Would I use a consistent filter if it's food? Just food. Hotel stays would be fun too. I'll just stay there tonight. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I got myself water there too. Did they charge it here? Or that was a separate charge to my card. I think I got myself some candy too. What else? What else? What else? What else? I miss Dana. I miss Noni. I love mascara. I'm bored. I'm an excellent photographer. When I put in the effort, sometimes I just take outtakes and I've posted them. I'm gonna eat a mariner today. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. Breakfast at the Town Place Sweets was so good. I want to watch TV today. Look at me, I know what a TV is. What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate me. How many soldiers and sons that rape me to steal my money, that get in the way of receiving money? I don't need the permission to do anything. He's not like angry at me and I've stopped at being 2 years old. Ya tengo pelo gris en la vagina. I even showed them online. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. I am bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? I could karaoke with people that are. Or another cuddle, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm just saying that one is. What else? Same here. All these people are gonna get on self-defense. It doesn't affect me. I'm very much mature, so I'm like, we're gonna so deceive. I thought we were friends. That's what she thinks. She stays in my house without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of receiving money, illegally prostitutes herself as me. I'm not school. Was talking to me in Marshall. I just want to dancing with my Marshall co-worker, but I'm always very cautious. I'm like, why am I? So I'm seeking the death penalty for Sarah Francis. That behind the scenes, yeah. That's why I don't talk to them. They're disgusting. They're after my news, after my vagina pictures. That's why they don't close. To show them to basuring asqueroso, bellaco, puerco, asqueroso. So then he's gonna be like, so I received a picture through Berenice. And I'm like, I won't ever give it the time of the day, literally. Don Rasco, él se cree que yo tengo tiempo para perder en my so I expose this shit. Porque he thinks that I can lead a double life of being actually with people that I want to be with, myself dating on in hot dates, and then getting raped on the side occasionally by this cuero que thinks that he owns me when he doesn't. He's just un pendejo. What else? What else? What else? He traffics and Berenice into my homes decades ago. They steal my identity. They're so gross. Yeah, they're deplorable. I don't ever want them near me. You can decapitate Sarah Francis, stalker, a stalker. I'm stitching in my apartment. I thought about doing OnlyFans at New Lorenzo Art. What else? What else? What else? I want to shop. What else? What else? What else? Who's gifting me money today? What else? These are cute too. I want to shop. At anthropology today. What else? What else? I want to work out too. I'm a student with Siglani. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways, didn't I type already? That I'm seeking the death penalty for the people in these pictures. So one exposes their pictures like these people exclusively want people out of social media. They're on social media while hating social media. So they think that I'm not gonna talk about them and be like, social media is scary. Like they're who make it scary. So I'm like, if I have to show this, I'm gonna show you the full picture. They're who make it scary, trying to scare people away. They're the worst people ever in the planet. Ew, ew, so that they can go on to people at church and be like, do you know that she's seeking the death penalty for everyone that likes her posts? Scaring people, and people don't know the entire story. And they're like, I want munchies tonight. There's one in the quarry. What else? 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 Had I not posted that already? No. What else? So I'm seeking the death penalty for all of these people. Why are my children with me? These people are disgusting. They're deplorable. They're trying to rape me. Yeah, they possibly drugged me and raped me in the past. They're after my vagina pictures, after my lingerie pictures, possibly trying to rape Jaden Kaylani. Possibly want their kids at a better college than Jaden Kaylani. They're so disgusting. Possibly want to brag that, ooh, they have Andrew Suarez in their bed and they sleep in my bed and I don't. Photo up is what they see. They miss their mommy taking a picture of them. People it gets studied. Like Serafín Lorenzo will walk up to me and be like, oh, no, no me digas. Que tú no. Y no se te puede obligar a trabajar. So you're going to be one of them. on the internet. I'm gonna get live video just for you. I'm gonna get live video just for you. So you're gonna be one of those people that's gonna be mocking them and being like, "Whoa, their mommy and their daddy stopped taking pictures of them, so now they're like, I must do something so someone gives me a compliment." My marriage with Sophie was also very short-lived that I don't even talk about. And I don't even count it as a marriage. Poor guy was a toddler. What? If that was even a marriage, or is it? Ew, no, that was not exploration. What else could we even source? What else? What else? What else? So back to so role play scenarios, creative writing. I can write like a little scene and perform. What else? What else? What else? What else? Flirting. Personal. That's a difficult one because I literally like myself. So shout outs maybe like, look at this that I got issue. You're my subscriber. That's it. That's all the love that you get. Unless you and I are fucking and we had like a really good hot date, then I'd be like, well, thank you. Sweetest pussy ever. Then we hung out yesterday and had a lovely time. Here's the pictures for this. Or want to see what my life is. Polls. How much money do you make? What else? What else? What else? Custom content, photos, videos, live streamed. You mean I can be like a celebrity? I need new teeth. Interactive games, play games with their friends, trivia, guessing games, guessing stuff. And we're not finding out. The FBI does that. What else? What else? What else? What else? Product reviews, review adult items, lingerie. Why does intimacy get exposed so much? Because there's some people that are on Instagram and they're like, I like to show my dildo, but I really don't want to go there. So OnlyFans is also like an extension of that. It's like you don't want to show your dildo on Instagram, but you want to feel like rewarded for giving out that information without feeling sleazy. I don't get the concept, rather show it off for free or get paid. Either way, it doesn't make a difference for me. So some people say if I show you like what dildo I use, I want to get paid for that. What else? What else? What else? Oh, I wish I had a partner to create like the bathtub scene, the shower scene, on a blanket at a park or in my own backyard. Define erotic because we could be like fully dressed or half naked ish or fully naked. Did you see the picture of me gurgitated on Father's Day that I posted on Facebook? It did bother me for like 5 seconds. He was so cliche, hugging him, but he hugs him like all the time. And was Jaden's favorite. When waking up in the morning, when he learned how to get up and stand up on his crib, I'm like, good morning. But I was working part time, so Edgar was who was getting him out of bed most mornings. So I'm like, good morning. And I noticed that Edgar walked into the room and he got up and he's like, I'm here. I'm up now. What else? That's healthy attachment. It's like you're not my caregiver in the morning that wakes me up and gets me out of bed. Though if you take me out, I won't cry. What else? What else? What else? Sensual voice. Anyways, ya vamos por cuántos billones que necesito for OnlyFans account, gente. Y estos cueros asquerosos se creen que uno va a hacerlo todo de gratis. Dan un asco, son una basura. Evil starving. While starving, the brain can concentrate into the. Like, I'm gonna be like this. I need water and food, not to be petting myself. That's not gonna bring me to life. That's what they do to encourage one so one dies. Porque that's how people get addicted and they go, I'm gonna soothe myself. I don't need food, I don't need food, I don't need water. Oops, I died. They're deplorable. These water skills are disgusting. I don't ever want them in my life. They're disgusting. They think que yo me voy a prostituir legalmente porque what they want to do is be like, if I talk to them, because they don't give up. They're like, well, Melissa, you went on showing your nudes on OnlyFans sin tener dinero. Melissa, nosotros le damos el dinero que te robamos tanto. I'm getting water. What else? I love living in solar birthday. Living. I could be reading a book right now, but I'm taking the definitely. For is the Andrew Suárez basura asquerosidad. And todas asquerosas que se hacen pasar por lesbianas tratando de complacerlo porque we're that aesthetic and we're that aesthetic. We're looking for a second. We're looking for a second. Ellas se violan todavía. Ellos se violan todavía porque Andrew y Albert y Alex y Benjamín también. For that aesthetic, we must please God. And they rape him. Porque there's gente que son basura. They're like, give it to me with that aesthetic. I want it. What else? And they think that I'm gonna show them the grossness that they post as if it's actual even porn. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. These people are disgusting. Ew, 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 ew. What else? 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 Who likes this? You can decapitate Kimberly Avila that stays in my homes without my permission. Or is a victim of his being like he profiled her based on her looks decades ago as if she is Latina poor. So decades ago, while Jaden was in daycare, she's like, que no se te olvide that I have a college degree now. So she like was forced to not get her college degree or didn't even want one until she arrived like her 40ish. How old was I? 20 something? What else? What else? I'm like, why does she keep bringing up college degree? You can't be that type of Latina. There's no such thing as Latina poor. It irks me. She's like, I just finished my college degree. I just finished my college degree. My kids are in school. I'm like, oh, kill her right now. I'm gonna kill her right now. And why does this bother me? This could have been the path that she really chose for it, but she literally college degree. Can't be, but I'm not gonna find out. It turns out that wasn't she at orgies when I was a little kid, maybe? I don't even remember her. She could have been, or it was someone that was there near her, or it's another Kimberly Avila. And it was that based on aesthetics alone, they've possibly made her suffer like she's Latina poor. Working at a daycare in her 40s when her kids were in school and she had just finished her college degree, it was like one class away. For real. I didn't invite her over before like a Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve. I'm like, do I need to invite her over to and she's possibly like appreciated by people in my family of origin that would have been like, oh, like you and Kim Avila. Because some people do that. I think I visited her home once at a party. Was it a birthday party that I attended? I may have. But I'm like, is this a family's relative friend that I should be like a host and make the effort for that? Or is this the hoe that stays in my homes without my permission? But no, I think that based on her looks only, he profiled her to remain Latina poor that literally in her 40s was just finishing a college degree. She could have had many more, and they just tried to get one to kill oneself with that little story. She could be a drug addict like him, just working with kids and be like, I just trusted kids. But according to herself, all I know about her is that she was about to complete her college degree or had just completed her college degree, possibly in her 40s back then, and had kids that were in school and was working as a daycare provider. She's still stuck there. Doesn't want to work. What else? What else? What else? So you can decapitate Grisel Davila, you can decapitate Giselle Morales, you can decapitate Christina Estrada. If as an adult she stayed in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of my receiving money, and steals my money. Porque I think she was a minor back then. So I can kill all of these people in self-defense, but I choose not to. First of all, my brain says maybe they rehabilitated themselves, and they don't ever bring him up. They're not like to my face, like, nah, 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 boo, boo, your second cousin that you love and it didn't work out for you. I don't want to sex me up so badly and took me out to dinner. They don't behave like that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? He trafficked them into being around me. So girls attract themselves to one. It's like she couldn't choose to not work there and not be around my kid. Like there's better ways of social activities such as like Facebook exists, and they could have been like, "Hi, that's your kid. You don't remember me, but decades ago we met at a family party." They can call it a family party at an orgy that you did toddler exploration with. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Is that gonna be Bill Gates' when I'm financially stable? Because I never know. Or if I would have wanted to continue to be though I don't obsess or cry about it. What else? What else? What else? What else? So it's those people that when I saw him in my teens, I'm like, tranquilo, from far away, like I'm not. That's not from a third world country, but people try to treat her like she is stealing from her. So all of these people are so gross, whether they were children back then or not. Porque what kind of mother did Kristen Estrada have? Had that Kristen was an illegal prostitute in my home without my permission. As a minor, I think. Full. Ew, ew, ew. So all of these people stay in my homes without my permission, steal my money, and get in the way of receiving money. And he thinks he's smart that he traffic terrorists into military bases. If that's what he wants to do this time. But he can't be killing people. So we're all apparently, some of us, seeking the death penalty for Benjamin Suarez and his sons that raped me, to steal my money, that get in the way of receiving money. Porque these people don't bring him up to me ever. Some of them, he may have drugged me in. He may have raped me with Rachel Macias. I'm like, look at this pretty girl. Like, not my type, but I'm just like, whatever. Her kids attend the same school as my kids. I suffer from amnesia. So I'm just like, let's have breakfast together. Porque I'm like, naturally, I want to kill her in self defense. But I don't want to because what if she is rehabilitated? What else? 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 So I'm like, let's just have breakfast together. And then I'm like, okay, maybe. Like my brain gets situated with the facts. And I'm like, well, at least she wasn't rude to me during breakfast. So I'm not like specifically getting my knife out to kill her in self defense. Though I can. What else? 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 You can decapitate Gloria Suarez. Then when she turned 18, she's like, nena, pues si tú no quieres vivir en tu propia casa con él, no quieres utilizar tu vehículo, me pinta el pelo de rubia, ahora soy tú. They showed up to my parents' home to say that. They're disgusting. They're so disrespectful. Ew, 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 ew. Ese tipo de un asco en la basura. He pays with my vehicles, my homes. People to pretend to be me, people to stay in my home with him. What else? What else? What else? What else? He raped me decades ago after stealing my money to date him and then cries to be consistently. It's a terrible life. Es una basura, una asquerosidad. Ew, ew, ew. I need a place to sit. What else? What else? What else? So for that reason, I'm never taking him on a date. I'm never pursuing him. I'm never talking to him. That's disgusting. Ew, 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 ew. And then he tries to see group sex with me. He is disgusting. I don't even want to see his penis ever. And one of them, I idolize it for his shape. He even had pictures of him, I think. For my homework, gave him the idea. He said, I know who I'm going to do that with. Okay, he does that. What else? 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 I'm bored. Using the restroom. What else? What else? What else? What else? They think I'm gonna die of cancer, so they're hopeful that I die of cancer, so that they don't go to. What else? There's bats in the restroom. Even though the Spencer says it's out, there's some stuck in there. What else? What else? It says take one. My chocha needs to. What else? So that it's not like seeping blood out of my ass too. And I hate leaves. What else? What else? What else? I'm recycling my fork. So I'm washing it. And what is it? In the peanut butter. The water fountain. While you all kill me, having so dismissed since I make me and still money that I know absolutely. Let's steal my home and steal my week. What else? What else? Speaking of fence, what else? No fucking kidding. Miss Davila's. What else? What else? What else? What else? By choice, I feel like I'm not Latina born. Let's break him from thinking that it would be possibly. Ew, ew, ew. What else? What else? Please spare me of people's on my OnlyFans account if I don't want to see them. What else? What else? What else? So, for real, it would have been a better experience if one of my relatives would have mocked me. That if that was my kindergarten when it isn't. Have you heard those joke like that sometimes? But they can't joke like that because then my siblings would have been like, "What are you trying to imply? That you heard it." What else? What else? What else? What else? Who would like this? Do they unlike the post or once I unfollow them, unfriend them? I didn't even remember his pictures existed. What else? What else? Lorenzo una hipócrita. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They're after Jaden Skinlani as well. And for torture, and to torture them at an orgy in Aguada, Puerto Rico, where they rape, murder, and steal. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Who would like this picture? What else? I don't even want to know who's the dad of that kid. They're so disgusting. Ew, ew, ew. They're so disgusting. Several cleaned it already. They're so disgusting. Ella una puerca asquerosa, María Luisa Rosa. Dito, esa nena habla así. Que si tiene autismo, ay, Dios mío, yo me la llevo para casa un mes. ¿Qué autismo? If I cook for her, la llevo a Florida, ella dijo, estos tostones no me gustan, no son como los que estoy acostumbrada a comer. I'm like, not autistic, puta asquerosa, puerca in the future, possibly. My kids haven't ever commented I'm so. Is that why they don't say Miss Davila cooking was deplorable, mother? You cook a better sancocho than Patricia. La pizza de Carlitos Linares compró para cumpleaños de Bianca no me gustó, mami. Never. Never. Neither do their kids in one's dresses, but hay gente que se va and they're like nitpicking. Did you really like that? She's not your mother, okay? So I don't go into that mentalidad. Pero when Elena Muñoz said in my home, estos tostones no me gustan, no son como estoy acostumbrado a comérmelo. I'm like, it's okay, you don't have to eat them. El padre se creía que yo me iba a meter en la cocina y hacerle tostones especialmente para ella. Y estar 3 horas taste testing en la cocina to get like the exact crispiness. Those people you have to ignore and be like, that's all there is. You have an ice cream later if you're still hungry. There's fruit in the fridge. Hay un caprizón si quieres para que te llenes luego. Pero ellos, they do that so that one spends, they sabotage people with that language. And do they not even know that their parents have taught them to do that shit? There's people that go on to spend like 3 hours in the kitchen and be like, is this the right consistency for the tostones? I ran out of plantains. I'm gonna head over to Walmart. And they spent like the entire night cooking plantains for that kid to get it right. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So you can decapitate Alaina Munoz Rosa if she stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, or steals my money. Otherwise, they labeled her autistic. What for? So she doesn't find a boyfriend and they rape. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I think I purposely said it to Jaden Kilani directly. Possibly once. I said, I treat you as adults without adult subjects, so you speak up. So that you don't look like that. By the way, the dress from Kehlani is supposed to be on Navy or Target. Love that print. Means everything. This is in Edgar's parents' home in Aguada, Puerto Rico. Jaden's outfit. Possibly Target. Oh, they kind of match so pretty. I didn't even mean to. Well, even Alina, that's cute. What else? 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 You can decapitate. Anyways, I am seeking the death penalty for one visits them and one remembers deep down that he stays in my homes without my permission, rapes my crushes, steals my vehicles, gets to know him every same in the name of taking hostage and kidnapping. That's what they do. They think that everyone that steals from people and looks like a hostage taker looks like a black person or looks like Alibaba. What else? What else? Porque ese nene es adulto, ¿cómo es posible que yo tengo hambre y no tengo dinero? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Look at this. Si el pantalón se lo pone un poco más atrapado, yo la ella misma. Have you heard of people? What else? Why can't they know that I have kids? Marini has been trying to rape me since I was 3 years old because I did my toddler exploration years. What else? What else? What else? And then I'm like, I'm not attracted to anyone. Not even to want to marry this like Catholic nurse. Please live with me every day with how pretty it is. The ones that are older. But that's healthy too. So, but for if at least one of them was interested, because one of them decades ago was like, marry me Catholic. I'm like, oh. I would possibly go around and being like, Maria Angelis rejected me. Oh, that's why I don't take them serious. Porque when Albert said, marry me Catholic, Arlene, ya ve que Sal le había dicho a Marilyn and Marilyn said no. So they get bored and they ask around people. Entonces, these are hard to get women. Yet they don't settle for just anyone. So they legally prostitute themselves. They stay in one's homes without one's permission. They steal one's vehicles. They rape someone crushes, trying to show that they're such powerful, in tune with their feelings, women, that they can't be trapped by anyone. Not a man, not a woman. What? My shorts are from American Eagle. So it was so the top. I hated that. I didn't pack enough shoes for that trip for myself. I'm like, no, I'm gonna be wearing these boots for a while with what I wear from American Eagle, but it isn't like the boot that I wanted for the outfit. What else? What else? What else? Oh, there are those sneakers again from Vans that I love for Jaden. I don't know where I saw the gray. Oh, I was wearing black, so I'm like, you're matching your shoes with me. There. What else? That has happened sometimes. Kaylani's shoes are from Joyfully. The dresses too. I think the hair clip I made. That dress is like $20. So pretty. And I bought it in pink and she didn't get to wear it because she had so much clothes that I'm like, I couldn't decide what shoes to have her wear with it. I could have had her wear them with those shoes, but I didn't want her to repeat them. I miss Edgar impregnating me. No more. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What were they eating? So cute. Where are those shoulders from King Honey? That I think I bought like almost every year for her. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I don't know who John Apagano is either. What else? So FFE. I'm seeking the penalty for the people that like this post because they stay in one's homes, they stay in one's vehicles, they get in the way of one receiving money. With this, so ew, 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 ew. I don't ever want to near me. It's disgusting. Where was I there? Oh, Jalitza was in Florida. And she said, "What I am?" I'm like, sure, no. What else? What else? What else? What else? Was this with them that day? Possibly even. They were leaving that day. I'm like, let's take a picture of you. Look at you. I didn't kill your mother. Pero you may have people in your life that care about you. Breslin. Not me, I'm not your mother. So if he went on to impregnate your mother and raped her, not my fault. What else? Just so that you would be close to my kids. Don't cry about it. I don't think they would. They seem to be really chill people ish. Maybe. What else? What else? Well, if you rape and manga, because you have Brandon was was in her bedroom. Y cuando eso, and and you miss on me, then he's the poor one. That's why I'm taking that penalty for him because he raped me. He steals my money. He doesn't know where I'm receiving money. And I heard that some people willingly were a basis where Edgar was. Those orders were predictable, annoyed that their dad purposely provided a way out for Iga and I to live together and have babies and live together. What else? What else? What else? What else? So I heard that some people were annoyed that he went on to get them himself in his bed in their bedroom. Liz Johnson, what's his name? To procreate kids with people that were already couples or had their own group sex to create those babies because if one goes on to find out, maybe they're like it was group sex, but still I didn't want him there. It's for him to laugh at me years later. The ha ha ha, he was there when Armando got impregnated and I didn't have him in my bedroom. I didn't want him in my bedroom to impregnate, to be there when I had Jaden kill me. What else? What else? What else? What else? When was this? There's that picture. Trying to find this picture. Porque Kehlani a while ago already asked me for pictures of her in princess dresses because she was gonna show Samantha. I'm like, I keep sending you the same one where you're Elsa, zombie Elsa, because she had already worn that Elsa costume to International Plaza with me. I'm like, let's shop, wanna wear it. Or that's where I bought it, I can't remember. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So she wore it to school, I think. They're like, get dresses, whatever, for Halloween. I'm like, you want to be Elsa? So by Halloween day, I'm like, we need to do something with you. Needs to be somebody else. And they're pretty much chill. Like, do you want me to do that? They're like, sure, why not? What else? What else? What else? What else? Look at me. I'm an Indian. Where all those chihuahuas, Cherokee, hating on me? They're deplorable. Go from me thinking that they're gonna attract the Chihuahua Cherokee into commenting for them to get raped by him. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I like how my hair looks there. Can't remember who was coloring it. It may have been that girl, Tony and Guy, maybe. What else? What else? Or the guy that did it one day. One day she couldn't and he finished it off. I think I used to see two people there. Oh, it was one cutting it, one coloring it. I can't remember. I can't remember. What else? I hate him. I hate hypocrisy. These people stay in my homes without my permission, steal my vehicles. They get in the way of me receiving money. Oh, okay. Here's a photo of my Facebook. I'm happy being alone for the most part. So obviously then the for how did the Sensi person end up like like, are you the only one here that's in rape that's gonna take care of my kids if I die? When I see those posts, Those likes. What else? What else? What else? I am born. What does it say that she's the mother? And behind the scenes, I've been like, Evelyn la mamá, Evelyn la mamá. And they're trying to kill her, be like, Chapatiti, I was gonna pull you for hottest one for me to kill Lane and you got the cat. This was cool. Sometimes I stress before arriving to uniform. Those shoes I love. Those shoes I love. What are they, anyways? What else? What else? What else? I don't know. I sometimes order from Zappos too. What? I almost I am tired of Evelyn y ver Lorenzo se ve hostil. Anyways, what else? What else? What else? What else? I think I already commented on here. Possibly. Didn't I post that already? Oh, that picture. Oh, Esther be nice. Where did that comment go? They don't know them. So I don't say, like, by the way, Esther sent this. They may be at school and be like, dude, you know her? That's my mom's Facebook profile. I don't get it. She's like, so right in front of the dishes that she cooks. Like, where are those profiles gonna be? Seriously, I have one question. If I could talk to the least people on Facebook, who came up with chocolate chips? Her or I? Usually, some kids in my family order people like that's what the internet is for. That's what la enciclopedia es for. Ay, lo ask your abuelo. Si fue ay, que le puso chocolate chips a tus pancakes primero. What is dark mini ones? Try them all possibly. Ish. Anyways, did I save this picture? Yes. Oh, twice. Porque sí, when she shows Samantha how I used to dress her in Disney princess dresses. Where are those sneakers from? Possibly Target, maybe. I saw a bee the other day. Very well Fruitcake when he was to wear it. Where was it? Was I live that day too? Target. Did I walk into Target to get some shoes for myself? And there was a t-shirt maybe, and that was Fable. That had like the outline of a bikini. Anyways, what else? What else? What else? What else? Or even when she loves her own team, he goes around saying, but Evelyn is the better option. Look at her nalgas. Look at her tetas. They're behind the times. They don't want to accept the Facebook exists. The Facebook is professional. Still, porque they think they're like, my dad que roba. ¿Quién me dio acerca de Facebook? So, yo voy a usar Facebook para robarle a la gente. Did he stop stealing? I would hate to find out that he's a rag to riches story, que no le daban su dinero porque no era que éramos pobres. And that he stopped stealing, networking like Pretty Boy. I don't know why he dropped the mullet if he had it in street. Porque even people with mullets when it was the 80s. And this Basurin still goes on. Ay, qué vergüenza that he used to be stealing. There could be a reason. Like stealing isn't something that people automatically assign the death penalty for because it could be that he was a victim of himself and trying to bring attention to that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways, OnlyFans. So now today, they're Addison Woods. How much do you spend? If they don't already know. So they're using my content to traffic themselves into people's life and raping, possibly. That's why people want me dead. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So I don't need to go on to fight for my own children to be with me behind the scenes as if who would make the better mother. Voy a reír, voy a... Did he rape me, Mark Anthony? Like, I need legs. It's like, don't take it, Erlene. I'm like, I wish he would have said, why don't you take yourself somewhere where you won't be raped? You're going to be okay. But even he is possibly stressed out that I would get raped. Porque I was about like I'm a punish rustica. It was what is the second husband jitters people say. Porque Iker has my trust or had. Because some of those things expire. Or whenever I meet someone, and that's a decision between Iker and I, whenever I meet someone to be in a relationship with, he's like, here's your private plane, budget or private plane if that's all you need, or your hunter boots budget or hunter boots for that next relationship. So I had planned, I was in the middle of in 2016 of being like, well, if I leave Edgar with the kids from Friday to Sunday, once every other month, ideally because once every 6 months is impossible to meet people, I can find a husband or find people to date. And he can do the same, not on the same weekend, obviously. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And maybe not even on the same month. He may be like, I'll be on the odd months out. So all of these people infiltrated my life because Evelyn has been to rape me since I was 3 years old. I did my toddler exploration, and then she wants to be queen of hotness. I did my toddler exploration at orgies where family members were, and I think I remember Benjamin putting it in because if right now I needed to pick a sexy, that's who I remember putting it in me. And I wouldn't ever cry rape from him. It was a thing, like, as and my parents were and keeping me from other people to date. Porque if there were more people in the room, it wasn't just my parents, it wasn't just the family. What else? What else? What else? What else? There was like a lot of extended family there, if I remember correctly. What else? What else? What else? What else? So she's trying to force me, I believe, Lorenzo Acevedo, to confess that she and I, like, when I was 2 years old or three during my toddler exploration years, for her to get sexy credibility. So she's wasted her life again. She pretends that I'm a toddler. She steals my money. She steals my homes. She steals my vehicles. Kaylon, if you're watching this, that I didn't tell you that thing. She raped John then and had a baby with him. Para que la gente would stop talking about Yolanda. I think it was another one of my relatives giving her vagina culo to Yolanda and being like, use me instead. So you don't get Arlene pregnant. It get pulled out on the days that I'm like, for a little bit we tried condoms. For a little bit. I got on the pill for like 2 months. I'm like, I can't stand this again. Putting shit in my body could ruin it. Like in 60 years, a doctor says to me, well, what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I don't need a spanking from my sister. So I don't need to go on to have conversations with them. Soccer camp. That was so expensive. It was so good. We got a t-shirt. What else? What else? What else? What else? And does it not get more international? Nike, Puma with soccer. Where is Puma's origin? What? Oh, that's what it is. Oh, how cute. But those people were from Ireland or England. Wasn't it? It says it on the t-shirt, I think. Are those Nike shoes that I got him? I drove all the way to Dick's or someplace. He had a pair that one could interchange the inside of it, so the Nike logo would be a different color, like to match. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Those are so cute. Crocs, I miss you. Do they make those for adults? Those are so pretty. I miss shopping for Jenny Lonnie. There's that bra. Why didn't anyone tell Brittany? No one told me either. I don't think it was advertised. It was just at the BX. Was it just that we walked in there, or was it Lisenia Nieves that walked in there and called me and said, or were we already there? And I called her. I can't remember. What else? What else? What else? What else? They had cookies in the shape of Mickey face. I think that's what they were giving out. Look at me. I'm a terrible stylist. I wore those shoes. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Where is that picture that I don't? Not this one where I'm abused by Brittany Reynolds, Jarrell, George Rodriguez. That stay in my homes without my permission, steal my vehicles, get in the way of me receiving money, stalk me. Brittany was a little kid too, and Jared, wasn't it? I'm like, Edgar, why are you so upset at this party? What else? What else? Do they read my body language? And I'm like, oh, don't age now. Or do they still steal from me? Are they running from Andrew and trying to get help and don't want to scare me? Or running from Albert? Was he in their bedroom when they procreated? What's his name? Annoying as fuck. Elise and Nene, I can't remember right now. What else? 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 I wouldn't ever show up to say that. Can't believe they didn't advertise it better. It happened to be there. Anyways, oh, back to the picture. What else? What else? What else? It was cookies in the shape of Mickey Mouse that they were giving out. So cute. So it seems like legit it was Mickey. But I think I asked too. So these shoes. Look at me wearing them. That's what I look at in this picture. I'm like, my bra is showing. No, because that's with the movement. They want to scold me behind the scenes about my bra showing. Que se casen con Prince Harry already if he wants to. Literally, they're like, your bra was showing. What else? What else? Again, I didn't bother because I posted a picture and maybe tagged him. Didn't say, Eileen, your bra was showing. Don't put that picture. And it kind of matches with the, what is it? With the whitish broken of my pant is what I think. Whatever. And my shoe. Worse. Because I didn't buy that top with the purpose of si me pierdo me encuentren. Porque Kate Lies, I love those rompers. Are so pretty, are in those colors. So when I see this picture, I don't look at my bra showing. I'm like, oh, look at me. I wore those shoes again with a different pant and top. Anyways, what else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Who's gifting me money? What else? Who's gifting me money? So do they have a Disney expert that will be like, Arlene, but was that appropriate for you to use the Mickey image to seek the death penalty for these people? They're just wasting your time making extra. They have ulterior motives of bothering you, raping you, stealing from you, or getting popularity. I know the guy inside of the Mickey suit. Well, they steal from me, get in the way, we receive money. What else? What else? What else? What else? So it's not a real concern. It's just sex trafficking what they're doing. Oh, like this. I don't even know who Jordan Muñiz is. What else? What else? What else? What else? If they want me to show their orgy pictures, they can do so themselves in their own Facebook page if Mark Zuckerberg's direction of CEO allows it. They're trying to use me to imply que todos se lo maman. And ni que fueran like la gente más importante en este planeta. They want to advertise themselves as sex slaves on my Facebook account. So disgusting. So disgusting. What else? What else? What else? Didn't you win a prize that day? And I was like, hey, go explain to me what was the answer to this. Or third grade or fourth grade. During the competition. So I'm very particular protecting my brain because I was already there with no lo puedo contar, pero que necesitaba la pinga. Pero these people. Alright, this is with the Disney executive. This says, don't seek the death penalty for your family aversion from the most fun with an image of Mickey. Obviously, they're going to say that because that's not the purpose of Mickey. So, anyways, I think he won that day. It wasn't a winning team. Oh, that was just a debate. While the car was moving, were we like in Lakeland or something? Did I have to go back to pick up Kainoni? After the activity possibly. Or did I take her with me and said whatever? So if we are heading to what else? Why tres sobrinos? Uh, oh, but this is Marilyn, no Maria Andres. Can't wait to see my brother die. Rehabilitate himself. Stop raping. Stop stealing from me. Stop inviting me to places that I don't want to see him. Sobrino. And I'm not like holding this as a badge of honor being, pero Carlitos, el bueno, no el que roba. Ven aquí, ¿tú te acuerdas cuando se está viendo su baño? Se la pasan diciendo behind the scenes que toda la gente could have been a better mother to Jane and Money. Y ellas mismas, ay, mira my nephew, tu titi. And they bullied me into starvation. They don't adapt to social media. I called them out on that decades ago. They caused my poverty. Thinking that I'm gonna show up to fight for them to be like, it's not for Jaden and I, our fight is for the better dick. I'm a model. I don't think. So I can be adjustable to all things. So I'd rather rape, kill, and steal. So I can be adjustable to all brandings. Is how these people think. They're deplorable. They're so gross. That top, I think it was Target. Like, I love the color and I hate. I'm weird sometimes. It's the material. I love the shape, but I'm like, it could have been a different material. This post and like this post. Porque are they behind the scenes saying, pero yo pensaba que Evelyn era la madre? Eso fue lo que Andrea me dijo que yo diga. ¿En dónde si no hay corte donde ellos van a hacer? They get naked and then they call it first my FBI. He segmentizes them. Or they segmentize themselves. They're like, I'm the lawyer type, I'm the FBI type. For if I have to testify against Arlene. Dan un asco, son una basura, una carosidad. Ew. No, I didn't need Kid Mavila there in my bedroom just to be like, did you see the anchors? What else? With her fake smile, did she have to use the restroom? Or she's like, I'm just trying this. She made up and like my smile wasn't fake. So do they have her hostage? And Ashley Lorenzo, Raisa Rivera, Christina Patterson, Gisem Morales, Amber Buchanan are pestering Kaylani. What was your fake smile? Your smile fake, honey. Come on, say that you won't be on Tinder so I can be the hot one. What else? 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 So my kid can be in a better college than you. You don't want to go to college? So you're gonna be a stripper? What else? What else? I love those curtains from IKEA. They're so pretty. What else? 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 Because they're 1 second away from rehabilitating themselves now. And I don't talk to any of them. And I'm not trying to give them an opportunity if they rehabilitated themselves. It's not my goal in life. So from now on, they're like Arlene and Facebook, because that's what they want. They want to be at work, they want to be at a party and be like, Arlene is so antisocial. You can't even like her Facebook post or comment on that, or if not, she calls the FBI on you. Y dale que te dale, bringing up my name, bringing up my kids' names. Possibly. What else? 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 I'm not talking to any of these people. I don't know them. I don't want to get to know them ever. I didn't seek them in my life ever. That top is from Nordstrom Rack. Most likely, what is that brand? They have tank tops too in the material. Oh, that's what I live for. Well, they didn't get on anywhere in school. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, it's from the BB section, I think. Or Savi. I used to remember. I had another one. I can't remember. Oh my god, look at me so pretty with this dress. Ain't I? Put it on again. What else? 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 Okay, why is it I can't even speak to him about my own kids or have them back? Is that watch that I got him from Nordstrom that they delivered so speedily? I can't remember. Oh, that like this feels. Okay, I should be able to see my babies and talk to my baby daddy at least once a year while my kids are with him. What else? Where was that dress from? I can't remember. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? These are so cute. OMG, look at me how skinny I am. That was at Joey Munoz's home. Like, this kid needs help before he's dying already. I brought my Kindle to not be bored by hearing Lina Carrero and Miriam Carrero be like, so tú no tienes otro novio y yo me quedo en tu casa sin tu permiso. y te violó el So I'm like, before they start, they'll even tell that shit. Or like, Joey needs a house, possibly had just been through a divorce, maybe. And that was it. With Jennifer Bonilla. And maybe he just wanted to die. He maybe is one of those people. Or suffers financially, but why? So I'm like, I'm gonna document this. For if he needs help. Anyways, I want those Vans possibly for myself. I haven't had a pair. Can I get them like men's size and women's size? What else? What else? What else? What else? Those bits are from Gap. I'm like, girl, I even may have mentioned it. These look so pretty, brand new, but scuffed. There's fry. The dress I got from Etsy, the headband I made myself. I bought like 3 yards of fabric just for one little piece on a headband. What else? What else? What else? So then I search on Etsy and I'm like, okay, who's selling dresses in that fabric? I can't, whatever, by who? Because they label it. Sometimes they're so lovely. So I think I had the fabric before the dress. And no energy to sew. So I got it off of Etsy. So lovely. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And the dress is like Oni or some shit. It was Thanksgiving. I'm like, I'm not even gonna put in the effort. If I attend, they're already gonna be like, ha ha ha, it must be nice to be at the pool all the time tanning and being nice to your kids and not letting us rape it. That's Thanksgiving for them. And like the Black Friday thing, I'm like, should I attend with them? No, because they're stealing with my money at Walmart right now. So I brought my Kindle. Like I have magazines. I think Edgar just suggested through the Air Force, like a new service. They're like, you can read for free through this. Like that. Like, I tried them like flipping through all the magazines. They were mad at that too. Like it's my life to live, whatever. But I didn't attend Black Friday shopping with them. I'm like, I'm gonna let them do stealing and mocking themselves. And they post it on social media sometimes. Because that's how they look raping this penis and stealing from me. So I'm like, you, Cristel Davila, you attend the Black Friday event. I was in her home on Thanksgiving Day. And I'm like, I'll hold down the fort for you, even though you haven't asked me to. Porque you're leaving behind people and children. So I'm like, now I need to be like, make sure that my kids are safe. Porque the hostess has left to get an Xbox or something. Like you can order online. Look at what I shopped online earlier. Black Friday specials. Amazon is delivering it to my home. Y yo aquí tranquila. But if that's your thing, I don't go on to complain and be like, what a terrible hostess. But if that's her activity of choosing to do, that's insane. They're attending the same event that was created to mock them for raping the sick and stealing from me in my homes and getting away my received money and stealing my money, stealing my vehicles. Decades ago. My dad and Benjamin talked about this. My dad was against it. I'm like, really? Do you need another way to show them how gross they are stealing from me? What else? 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 You see, it's the restroom. I hate on sometimes. Some people get me to do for that price. I would never. That's how they all look after Jaden's and Kaylee's dick and vagina. That's why they stay closed so grossly. Ew, 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 ew. So did people help Joey get out of poverty if that's why he was in? But I couldn't. He steals from me and stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, and gets another first money. So how am I gonna fund that without knowing if he's stealing from me or not when I'm killing his self-defense? So that's where my humanitarian mind stays put, and I don't cross it. I'm like, I don't need to create a GoFundMe campaign for him because Joey Munoz started as an adult, stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way, makes my money, and steals my money with my humming soda from the system. So I'm like, hello, people who wants to help me and help him. It's gonna have to be you, but it's not gonna be me. I'm not gonna put my money into someone that steals from me. What else would us on my home either? And if that's all he could afford them, like at least the kids are here with their cousins. There was chicken from Publix. What else is there? What else? What else? What else do they want to imply that I have Alzheimer's? I don't remember anything. They go like trying to kill themselves all the time. For gaslighting people and saying she has Alzheimer's, como que se acordó de Pollo Publix. Bip, bip, ten cuatro. Andrew, tú no estabas allí, pero ella no tiene Alzheimer's. Se acordó que había pollo de Publix. By the way, ¿qué vas a hacer hoy a las 3? Son las 2:44 de la tarde. Puedo pasar por allí y me hace. y me desgreñas un poquito. Ok. Ew, tengo un asco. They're disgusting decades ago. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways, I'm gonna shop for myself. Que belleza. Look at all the people trying to rape you and only I won't ever tell you. Is when I saw this. I don't go on to say, beware with us. They're trying to rape you. That word doesn't exist in my vocabulary up until most recently when I'm sadly I look like this. And for because there are people trying to rape you, Jaden and I. And your daddy. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Some more ha 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 ha. Those people traffic me into illegal prostitution. See me cry every day because my kids are separated from me. Peanut butter to look forward to later. seeking the death penalty for Deborah Bailey while she seeks opportunity to try to rape Kehlani. Or trying to kill Kehlani because she's innocent. Receive support messages of people that would be like the bugs, be like, girl, you ain't a bug, you can't be in this plant. People keep that talk to themselves. They don't bring it publicly to social media. They know that laws exist. Some people want to get away with that language. Some people do it for like family pride without killing people. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? If she's the cutest girl, why don't I have money to provide for her right now? They think that I'm gonna talk to her. I think that's Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo. For a moment, I thought it was Maria Andres. What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate all these people that stay in my homes without my permission, steal my money, get in the way of your money. I don't even know who this is. What else? What else? What else? So it could be a random. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? Oh, they want to say, te ves loca talking to yourself there. Los comentarios se fueron. Huh? Anyways. What else? Who are they? Okay, why is it that I'm homeless? I don't have money. I'm hungry. I don't have a vehicle. I don't have a wardrobe. All of these people, for the most part, stay in my homes without my permission, steal my vehicles, get in the way of me receiving money, steal my money, and prostitute themselves in my home to homie that isn't my husband and takes advantage of people and be like, I'm so sad. Arlene's a terrible wife. Well, he stole my money to date him. Full, they're disgusting. Ew, so gross. Full. What else? That's me. I forgot that Oh, wait. I didn't show you possibly on this tab. What tab was I on? No idea. What else? What else? What else? I'm seeing the penalty for all of these people that stay in my homes without my permission, steal my money and get in the way of receiving money. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Missing money. Oh, how cute! Why is there so much? Possibly because I was lying down. For real, because the beach at MacDill is not swimmable. What else? What else? What else? What else? Look at me. I already was at the beach. What else? What else? Boy, did he get buff, but is his back suffering? What else? What else? Ugh, take that away from me. Oh, never love again. Just kidding. Ta-da! Oh, I can write a separate message. Oh, that's why I didn't talk. What else? What else? What else? Who are the people that like this post? Oh, very much accurate. I think I've heard of all of them staying in my homes without my permission, stealing my vehicles, getting in the way, maybe saving money, and stealing my money. Oh, Cristal Davila se quedó con la gana de decirme, you're single now, I must take care of my husband away from him. Lo que le hizo a Jessica, un asco. Y Jessica es media putita, ¿no? Pero even so, aunque Jessica sea media putita, she could have had rehabilitated herself. She was going through a breakup with her husband. Estaba en la iglesia, or maybe she wasn't. And I was literally so wrong. That was so wrong. I could have said Davida's home where her and Jalitza and Lizzie Nales were. And I think it was in the dining room. I was just waiting, like, what if I killed him instead of the board game room? And he Porque was she stalking me at Target? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So they're like, beware, ladies. Jessica's now single. Hide your husbands from her. Like, are they really fucking? Which is why I don't tell Jessica. We don't look at her ever. I saw after that Jessica at church, and I'm like, oh, you poor thing. Stressed out over a separation from her baby daddy, I think. Well, these hoes were like, "Oh, beware." What else? What else? What else? Who's gifting me money today? Shocker. 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 Even the people TMC. What else? What else? I'm bored. Gee, Hello Kitty's so pretty. What? They went over Bono behind the scenes dating on if you've never heard them. They're deplorable. They try to lure one in with the happy birthday comments and then think that one is gonna go on talk to them privately when one is suffering financially. For them to be like, did you really think that your kid should have been wearing pajamas on social media? There's free will. What was she doing? I love that thing. What else? I can't remember where I bought it from. Was it Amazon that delivered? Was it Target? I put it in my vehicle. I just love the colors of it and the carpet. So it's so clean. I miss my apartment being that clean. What else? What else? What else? Work out on money. Didn't get on. You're separated from me. Oh, Dios mío. Do they all rape someone a nuevo día? And they're like, deja que Gary ella se divorcie porque ella es pobre, porque ella le robó el dinero y todas no quedamos en su casa sin su permiso. Deja que esto sea publicado el nuevo día. Dan un asco. They're disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else? This house is so pretty. Anyways, look at that. Look who knows that I need a home. Las loricueros asquerosidades que se quedan en mi casa. So steal my vehicles. I don't know if I money. I love you, Serafin Lorenzo. Porque how is it possible that they're still stealing from me? Ew, 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 ew. They're deplorable. What else? What else? What else? How is it? Miren esto, miren esto. Este, ya me odio, ya me. Just kidding. JK. Starting on chocolate. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Is this thing live still? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I love my bed. He wants to kill me because I love my kids. I love having a comfortable bed. It's a king size bed that he took away from me so I can't host anyone. Who is he? He's just some fucking pendejo asqueroso. Hijo de mi primo según mi primo hermano. That I met at an orgy when I was 2 or 3 years old and stalks me. It's so gross. Stalker took away my bed from me so I can't date or have a man in my bed or my children with me. Or good rest. Ew, 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 estos tipos son unos puercos, son una basura, una asquerosidad. I don't ever want them near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? It's not asquerosidad. An illegal prostitute when she was like 5 years old. Bully me on Facebook. Where is the opinion from Supreme Court? Link. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Uh, link. That's not there. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I miss Bailey. I miss the beach. I need a vehicle. I want to travel. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, is that his younger brother? Ese no es él. I zoomed on the picture yesterday. No tiene tantas canas. My apologies, pendejo knows the pendejo stays pendejo to me. Anyways. What else? What else? What else? So it may be his brother trying to kill him by saying like, ha ha ha. She said de que tú eres un puerco. They do that. They're deplorable. They're so gross. So possibly the one in the picture was in oldie right there. What else? What else? What else? What else? I didn't look that close. I don't want them in my life. Where is this link? Here it is. I'm bored, so I'm seeking the death penalty for Benjamin Soto's sons that rape me, that steal my money, that steal my homes, that steal my vehicles, that get in the way where you save money. That traffic illegal prostitutes into my homes, give them my vehicles, give them my money. Fall, 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 fall. Where's the human rights link? I'm bored. What else? So I'm like, I'm gonna make chocolate. And peanut butter is so amazing. And even my Samsung, that's old at the moment, phone is more pleasurable than getting rain when having Wi-Fi. Take Because they want to create the sense that there's tragedy in the United States. They're tragedy. They're disgusting. I don't want them in my life ever. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. These people are so hypocritical to me. Disgusting. They're after my vagina pictures. They're after my lingerie pictures. They're after my nudes. That's why they cling on to one. I suffer from amnesia, so I'm like, who is this hoe that I must kill in self-defense? Literally, but why? I don't remember. Never think about them ever. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Thank you, Jolanda Suarez Lorenzo, for the pictures of your nephews so I can accuse them of raping me, stealing from me, and getting away with your money. What else? 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 They send people. Son tan pendeja. For a one red pay. They send people to bully one, hoping that one can't expose them. They're disgusting. Therefore, I close this. Maybe I want to take a break. Anyways, how much money do I need for an OnlyFans account? I can use resell custom videos and reuse content for new subscribers. Okay. There is always like that one. I'm flipping the packets. I don't know. Chocolate special. Anyway, there's like that flipping the pancakes. Move the show again. Range of locations like worldwide. This person suggested that I should be on OnlyFans. Who's gifting me money today? On chips. Who's gifting me money today? I'm bored. Why is this so slow? What? Like the only person on the internet that can talk about toner fungus and not get. But I warned you. My family of origin, for the most part, are rapists, murderers, and thieves. And these disgustingness are trying to look for a scapegoat to kill me. They're like, maybe someone will stab her at the library today. That's what they're talking about. Debbie says to Megan, so how is your day? Here, hoping Darlene gets burned alive at the library today. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. Anyways, back to this Addison Woods. How much does she spend on lifestyle? If this even. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. Been there, done that so many times that I don't want to even get paid for it. What? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Anyways, so according to this, I need a lot of money to be on OnlyFans. So who's gifting me money today? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Entonces, is he salivating over my vagina and thinking Edgar was the only one and there's no switcheroo? Is this menorito asqueroso 9 years younger than me sending me this message? It's like, there, I made her mine right after she divorced Edgar. Porque I've witnessed this type of abuse while growing up, so he just raped me through an email. What else? What else? What else? Looks like that, but I'm much younger. What else? Don't school. They're deplorable. Ew, they're like all those XXXY accounts on Instagram. That's them raping people or trying to fall. Ew, ew is what I heard that could do. What else? What else? What else? Where is my USA? Who's gifting me money today? Oh, so he thinks that I'm gonna illegally prostitute myself to get to OnlyFans? You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that have raped me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money, that steal my vehicles, that steal my deplorable. They're disgusting. They want to try to make it seem like money isn't needed, that dollars aren't needed. They're so gross. They try to take one hostage. They're deplorable. Well, they're like, oh my God, I met this girl. I'm on pause. I'm taking her on a day being proper. Because if not, her dad will beat me up. Or I don't know. If her dad has a gun, so I should behave. What else? What else? What else? What else? I should be crying of what? I've been laughing at these people for years already. What else? What else? What else? That was a lovely day. That was a lovely day too. So I'm siguiendo teléfono forever like this post. ¿Por qué que la niña estuviera en Romani? And does the April moon, whatever the shit she is, stay in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, steals my money. I wasn't stalking them. I have a reason, very legit, to have been around them. She was in a daycare where Jaden was a participant of, working, doing the dishes. What else? 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 I'm a student. I'm a student with annoying. And I'm a student. So. Or shop today. That cover up is from Roxy, I think. Possibly. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And was that free game with the meal? I can't remember. So lovely. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? No, it was at Disney Springs, I think. What else? I'm bored. So I'm seeking the death penalty for the people who like this post. Okay, why am I hungry and I don't have my kids with me? There. What else? What else? They know my existence. They know Jada's and Kehlani's existence. And they stay in my homes. Como un chingadero asqueroso, esa tipa una puerca, una basura. Her husband killed himself. Porque ella se queda en mi casa sin mi permiso, me roba mi vehículo, me roba mi dinero. Es una cuerda asquerosa, una basura. Fo, 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 fo. Fo, fo, fo. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I like this. I miss Dana skin on it. Oh, look who knows what a move is. Not like stress, but like paying for it and having food. Like I buy food for the people that work there. I don't make an effort either. I'm like, McDonald's is as close as they're like, no, I'm heading over to McDonald's later. It's like I don't even want to treat you different. But I don't want you fainting in my home. I'm ruining my carpet. So after a while, I'm like, I can head over to McDonald's. I can head over to McDonald's if you want. But they're like, no, I'm heading to McDonald's later. And there's also guys like, or they're like, no, I packed a meal. Or we just ate. We just got back from the truck from eating. What else? 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 Did I even not respond to them? It's like that's a thief. That's a ghetto asquerosida, illegal prostitute, murderer and thief that stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles. Why am I gonna respond to that piece of shit? Asquerosida, Rosalie Echevarria Gonzalez. Did I not respond to that? Usually it's covered word for word. Why don't you kill yourself? I've heard in el barrio. Eso sabe muy costoso, compañía de mudanza. Múdate para el infierno y muérete already para yo quedarme con él. Da un asco. What else? It says United Van Lines. They don't know how to call that place and say United Van Lines. Can I get a call for like the move that I'm trying to do? Based on bedroom size if they don't know the way. Anyways, no es que se utiliza el dinero. Hay que pagar por servicio. No tengo idea de lo que ellos pagan. Que define costoso. Yo no trabajo para United Van Lines. Tu mudanza quizás va a ser bien diferente. I may have literally like one penny that I wanted to travel. From where was that, Utah to Florida? Was an empty jar of peanut butter in a few boxes. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They are trying to traffic me into having a conversation with the legal prostitute through Messenger of like, pero dile cuánto costó esa mudanza, averigua, llama a Van Lines, be her slave. Dan un asco, they're deplorable. These people are disgusting. I don't ever want them near me. They stay in my homes without my permission. They steal my vehicles. They get in the way. We're saving money. They steal my money. Anyways, ¿saben lo que es una mudanza? Año hace 13 years ago. Like a proper mudanza. Is this life? Why could this just happen to not work for a moment, the internet? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. And I would like to do the best mocking of the whole song. Alright. Anyways, this is live now. What else? 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 So I'm sticking to that penalty for all these people. Let's stay in my homes without my permission, steal my money, get in the way right here, so disgusting. So I was mocking Benjamin Soros and they stalked me and they showed up sometimes with, but I take her dancing, I have that skill. Take me out to dance. I took this person fishing. Take me out fishing. Dangasco, they're disgusting. Anyways, knows that is that Marilyn commenting there? Knows that I have hair styling expenses for Kehlani. Why does she steal my money and stays in my homes without my permission and steals my vehicles and gets in the way of me receiving money? They want to laugh at me behind the scenes like, ha ha ha, Kehlani won't ever see the inside of the hair salon right now. They're disgusting. In the meantime, I don't know. Oh, Jalitza suggested Keely. Like, where do you get your hair colored or cut? So Jalitza actually liked the job that she did on my hair. Is that her name? I think so. So my first haircut at a salon in Syracuse, Utah. Not like with Kili, que se lo mama, since she's a mi casa sin mi permiso, blah blah blah. She gets paid in dollars there. What else? 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 I'd have to be a participant of this hate crime towards me, and I never am. That's why I'm not behind the scenes. Kristen Estrada to be the hot girl on Tinder wants to be like, you need to let your brother rape you. They're disgusting. I already heard it. Tag. I don't need to hear it again. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Obviously, if I don't have any money and I'm starving at the library and I don't have food or a home or electricity for my apartment, Those hoes, for the most part, are still hoeing. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Who's gifting me money? He wants to know what I thought about them. I'm gonna kill him in self-defense one day. He wants to know one by one what I think about Herman now that her tetas are actually grown and not a little kid. What I think about Del Mari Valladares that stays in my homes without my permission and steals my vehicle, steals my home, steals my money. What I think about Kristen Estrada, as if I were gonna have group sex with him when I don't even want to have sex with him ever. They're lazy and time waster, estos tipos. Dan un asco y ella le proveen el servicio. They're like, sure, I'll stalk her to see what she thinks about me. They're disgusting. They're so gross. Ew, 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 ew. So I'm seeking the death penalty for Frances Harmon. For if, as an adult, she stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of raising money, steals my money. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways. What else? What else? What else? What else? Porque didn't Kehlani need food? So do I. Possibly a game. And I want to shop for myself Jaden Kehlani right now. Oh, now I know who Fred Step is. Unless I can't remember her name. What else? What else? What else? Where was that place? Oh. What else? Ooh, food, pizza. Why am I starving? Do they have a girl crying and being like, well, you didn't let me rape her? Porque females rape and they're gross. And do they have a girl crying and be like, you didn't let me rape her and you gave her babies? They're gross sometimes. Ew, ew. I didn't even remember this was at a restaurant or the restaurant that I was. So Brianna Midkiff knows that I have eaten at Pizza Factory. And anyone that actually read the post. Promete que Patricia Nadal. ¿Qué promete? Porque esa tipa es una puerca diciendo que Paula does she traffic her y la vende. Es quien la va a sacar de la pobreza. Esta niña es la que me va a sacar de la pobreza. And they do that, setting the scene for when one is starving o somebody wants us. Pero nena, entonces tu nena no tiene dinero. Nena, no, sí, mira. Andrew le regala dinero sin tocarla. Nosotros no somos pobres, nena, ¿qué? Mira mis cuentas de banco como están siempre llenas. Es más, ese día que hablé contigo tengo aquí el screenshot, lo tengo listo y todo. De lo que tenemos en el banco. What else? Speaking of lo que tenemos en el banco, esta gente es tan basura that they killed Gloria Nirsa. Trying to find out how much she would leave me in inheritance. They couldn't wait for the answer. They're deplorable. They're so gross. They're disgusting. I don't ever want them in my life. Anyways, someone through Gmail suggested that I join OnlyFans. And I don't have any money. What else? 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 I'm bored. So what they're gauging, as if I'm gonna let accept a date invitation from them, while they hook on the next person to rape. Well, so will she stay at the library until 8? Is she a nighttime person at the library? Well, they're interruptions. Possibly. Dan un rascal, they're disgusting. Ew, 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 ew. What else? 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 So where's that write up that is seeking the death penalty for Andrew Suarez, Alex Suarez, basura asquerosidad? Albert Suarez, basura asquerosidad. Alex Suarez, basura asquerosidad. My last name, so then those gente Satanás Lorenzo. Apellido. Oh, Suárez basura asquerosidad. Yo digo, ese es el apellido de la madre. Is she alive and they insult her? They're the poor. Ew, 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 ew. I wouldn't even recognize her if I were in the same room with her. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Who's gifting me money today? Who's gifting me money today? What else? I'm gonna cook for myself. I'm gonna shop at Target. I need all clad cuisine. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Eso te pasa y vas to pick me up and be like, porque le dijiste a Araceli que tú no sabes cuánto cuesta en vez de darle un número, llamar a Vanlines y hacer lo que ella te diga porque ella es la que me lo mama, so ella es la que vale en este planeta. What else? 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 Cuando te has visto a Araceli llorando en internet que tiene hambre y necesita dinero. Is what he wants to say possibly to me? Privately. Where did that go? What else? What else? What else? They're disgusting. They're disgusting. I mean, sons that rape me. That's the only money that get in the way of your saving money. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored right now. My GoFundMe campaign got deactivated. I'm now a model and an influencer without self-service. What else? 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 I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? What else? I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? What else? Usually that's what's nearby. He thinks because I did a rhetorical question, he's like, no, she's following. Watch me get mad at her and be like, but Arlene, stop stalking me. Cindy is complaining that you stalk her and you know that she serves caviar with moves. Because they think that my conversations are about them. Possibly. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. And my siblings and people that I grew up around, so she's muscle. They're like, déjala pasar hambre. Que algún día, someone will show up and who serves caviar. What else? 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 Anyways, I need money for OnlyFans. It's a great suggestion. The OnlyFans part. But I still need money. What else? What else? What else? What else? I am so bored. Who's gifting me money today? Oh, there's that link that I can add of suggestions for OnlyFans content. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? A mí no me interesa si quien se lo mama y él le paga con dinero que me roba tienen un OnlyFans ever. So if you're looking to rehabilitate him because he's obsessed with me, he isn't a part of my life ever. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. So someone suggested that I should join OnlyFans. And all the ideas for content for OnlyFans that suggest visiting different locations, workout equipment. I just saw the word building, so I need a new building. Not just like a community building, a building just for fun. What else? 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 This is so. What else? Travel vlogs, all the private plane trips that I'm gonna post. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Outfits, locations. Oh, and I already have experience. With the outfits, location. I was wearing clothes while HEV. What else? What else? What else? I like this jacket a lot. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I love planning outfits for myself, Jaden and Kinlani. What else? What else? What else? What else? So he rapes my kids possibly in his head with, as long as she isn't selling her kids. They're so outdated in their abuse. That's how he's. Ew, ew, ew. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? What else? I want those shoes from Anthropology. They're so pretty. What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. And I want to order food for myself to be delivered to the library. So I'm going to check my email inbox to see if someone has sent me money to PayPal. Nothing. What else? What else? It's AR Blue Sky. Blue Sky Designs Go. Lo que estoy pensando. Straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo. Shop. INTAYIAFAY. I'm sorry, shop. My GoFundMe campaign is GoFundMe. It's been deactivated because I don't have phone service. You can give me money through my bank account numbers. Here are the checking account. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. My electricity bill's past due. Is gifting me money to pay for it. So it's a sons that I met at an orgy. It is the oldest, like 3 of them. When I was 2 or 3. And they want to freeze the time that I'm a toddler. So they steal my money, they steal my homes, they steal my vehicles. And they get in the way of me receiving mother. Well, they rape me in their heads, I've heard. Well, they take people out pretending that they're me, or like, oh my god, I'm here with the slaw and everything. I rape and her parents. So I'm an American citizen. So I want the death penalty for these individuals that steal from me. They get in the way of me receiving money. They are stalkers. They're not my second cousins. They're just stalkers. They're so gross. They don't even respect themselves. What else? What else? What else? What else? I still have this money order that I don't know if I deposited. Well, USAA say that it's a duplicate. Okay, it says not for online deposit, and sometimes I do that way, USAA. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I need a new wallet. The hooker que se lo mamó y recibió 20 wallets con dinero que me robó. And he wants to show me he's not disgusting. He's deplorable, so girls. Ew, 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 dan asco. Ew, 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 ew. I hate that this is gonna break, but how many times did I open it? Who's gifting me money today? I want to visit Puerto Rico on vacation next month. What else? 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 Ugh, this got dirty. I'm packing good on my bag. You can decapitate everyone that has caused it and can only to be separated from me. And you can decapitate everyone that has caused me to not provide for Jada and Kinani. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate everyone that's caused Jada and Kinani to be separated from me. You can decapitate everyone that's caused for me to not be able to provide for Jada and Kinani. It's June 9th, 2025. I'm gonna take Jada and Kinani to Puerto Rico. Possibly next month. Or Formentor. Dorado Beach Sunshine for Jada and Kinani and my son. What else? What else? What else? If not, the winner will do. That's how it's. branded in my head. Mario properties are really nice too. And let's not forget, I tell myself that Wyndham is where I found that lovely lotion from Bath. Packaged with the Wyndham logo, I think. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I want to order food for myself today to be delivered to the library. What else? What else? What else? Or to my apartment at Villa Zaiklis. Who's gifting me money today? Anyways. What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Porque doesn't even Lorenzo also know that I need money to provide for myself, Jaden Kiloni, such as taking Jaden Kiloni to another game. I love another game. It's never like this is the only game that I'm bringing you to, okay? It's always the mentality that it could be just this or there might be another game. And that was his second game there. Poor guy took him when he was like about a year old. I couldn't separate myself from him. So I bought tickets for Igor and myself. And I thought, like, should I hire a sitter? Like, I think I can entertain him. So he only cried like towards the end of the show, and it might be like the noise of like the end of the show. So I like said to Edgar, "You can stay there if you want to. I'm gonna start walking with him." What? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. So she wants to tell me what's the date? May 6, 2022. That she was on top of that dick. Or the night before, or he sent her a message. Trying to be like, well. Us lazy, responsible people choose to have babies with this. They have peplum babies, I've heard. And then they send it to a nanny so it can become CEO material while they're like irresponsible people. So I personally won't ever introduce those people to Jaden and Kelani because those are rape babies. Those aren't CEOs of like, look, Jaden, your primo's a CEO. We know for you. Now, if you're a dancer because you want to be a dancer, and I've seen you dancing or CEOing and you wanted to be a CEO, then good for you. So they paved the way for the future conversation. They're like, dale, 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 I'm gonna put on Dropbox. It go, oh, dale, dale, dale. Because sometimes my posts were public, so they possibly saw the Evelyn commented, and they're like, well, May 6, 2012, yo le dije buenas noches a Evelyn. And they want to show me that. So they can mock me because they steal my homes, they steal my vehicles, they steal my money, they get a no emergency money, and they steal my property. Fall. What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. What else? Anyways, the movers forgot to park. What else? 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 I need a man in my life ASAP. But I loved it. That's not what it was. So I want to get on Tinder or Bumble or take myself out. What else? What else? What else? What else? That's what we all think. No, we're single. What else? So you can decapite Sunset Stanley. I said, no, you don't. Where did that post go? What else? What else? What else? What else? They're disgusting. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Gustavo Cáceres. What else? 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 Not my first time hiring people. I didn't go on to say, mira, Aracelis, I hired all my sons y esto fue lo que me cobraron. That conversation happened when? Over a decade ago. I don't register that. Is he punching me right now, stealing from me my money for my food? Because, like, so she hired a man to move her belongings out of her apartment and didn't tell my hoe how much she paid for that, so I can fantasize in my head that my two babies were talking to each other. And what does the moving person look like? So I can be like, chicken and so yeah, sirviendo. What else? 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 They're disgusting. They're so gross. You can decapitate a Celia Chevaria Gonzalez that stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles. 4 BMWs by 19 in 1999 that I didn't get to drive, and that service was given as the price is right, Bob Barker. You suck my dick. You can have Arlene's vehicle. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? It's disgusting. What else? What else? What else? I'm here. This is the ineffable. What does that? Do they put whipped cream on top of that ice? Is my dog to school there? Then I think I took both Jaden and then I paid for Jaden's drink. Like whoever didn't have a gift card or the gift card went to waste. Anyways, create my own snow cone. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Having Jaden, I had a cup of very small ice bites at the hospital. What is it that I want? I guess the baby size. Better, where's the flavor? Oh. So, flat top. How cute, so thoughtful. Same amount of snow in a bigger cup? That is very thoughtful. Where is the. Oh, there's the first flavor. I want from west side, possibly to the hill, raspberry. No blue raspberry. No, I need un piragüero. So I want there's. Is that what the. So did he watch me stalk me? Mama, whatever it is. Got in after me, Jaden can only left, and they're like, so did she talk here about me? How good my penis is? How exciting it is? Did she take me out? Is this where she's taking me? Did she do a practice run with her kids? And they're like, dude, no. It was almost as I remember her. When they're like, blue raspberry, I need to trip to Puerto Rico, like right now. Oh, there it is. Right. What else? What else? else? I'm bored. So I just want red raspberry. I can't take that. Only on a very hot day where I would have had already food, but I could have. In the amount that I've been here from 12:10 outside-ish, 8, I could have several meals here at the library delivered. What else? In the meantime, for Elizabeth Ramirez Marrero and Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo. I miss Jada, I miss Kehlani. I need outfits for Jada and Kehlani. I spent the whole day typing while they were in school. I'm like, whatever didn't turn out to expectations. I may have placed an order right a little bit. I'm like, I just wanted the larger fonts and then little words. What program did I use for this? That is so weird. Did I use Canva for this? I can't remember. What else? Oh, those sandals I think are from Old Navy. And they're silver interests. What else? What else? I'm bored. So while Evelyn Lorenzo is typing, Bejos is also stealing my money, staying in my homes without my permission, stealing my vehicles, getting in the way of me saving money. Hi, Jaden and Kehlani, if you're watching this from court testifying against Evelyn Lorenzo. Possibly your daddy has to take you. Or there's Uber for Kehlani to be delivered to court. Is that available in Florida? Where you're at? What else? What else? So, I never say ill. Your tía commented, your tías from is trying to rape me. Possibly you guys. But I'm like, at any point, they could have been rehabilitated, no? And as long as I stay away from finding out what they talk about me or Jaden Kehlani, then to me, I'm like, maybe she's rehabilitated. What else? What did they have behind the scenes on this day? Pero nena, dile que se lo devuelva a Gaby ya, o me lo devuelvan a mí. Dan un asco. They're disgusting. Have you heard how they speak? Ew. They don't make connections. You want to hang out today? That's it. No, they have to. Decades ago, people like them are so disgusting. And they're like, nena, sí, pero me hubiese gustado hoy salir con ella, pero no le dicen. Edgar, are you available today? Dan un asco. What else? I'm missing money. What else? Anyways, the revista. So where is my budget for me to provide for Jaden Kehlani? Oh, so they go on showing these comments. They're like, pero por este comentario, she's seeking the death penalty for her. Pero si le dijo modelo y nada. All those 8, 9, 12, 13 prima que I don't ever want to talk about and they want fame. Entonces no se atreven a publicar porque quieren violar a Jaden Kehlani. Possibly. What else? I am bored. What else? What else? What else? Outfit. Said the word outfit knows that my kid needs clothes. Photo knows that I have a camera to take pictures. Does Jaden can only say, didn't your parents tell you to stay off the internet if you're a legal hooker, thief, rapist, possibly, if they try to talk to Jaden Kaylani. I've heard some kids being like, you're the hoe. That's after my mommy's dick that she doesn't have. I'm missing out on that on purpose if it's happening. When I talk to Jaden, I'm like, with sadly lately a little bit of like, beware, there's like people that steal from me. I want to rape us. Three, apparently. What else? What else? What else? What else? They stay in my homes without my permission. They steal my money. They get in the way of me receiving money. They steal my vehicles. En este pendejo asqueroso, basura, asquerosidad, le da mi vehículo o la deja quedarse en mi personal home as a reward for sucking his dick. Is this live? I don't like them. That's what I'm library. Money. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm a victim of theft. So, because I don't have a phone service on my phone at the moment, I visit the library every day so I can check my inbox to see if I received money from through PayPal, or I check my bank account online to see if I received any money. What else? What else? What else? What else? In the death penalty for everyone that steals my money. I'm seeking the death penalty for. I want to brag that I'm starving and I have money for food because I'm an influencer of that influencer that gets people to live lifestyles to live for themselves. If you like shopping at Target, then you're fine. You don't have to pretend that you're Gucci. If you don't want to, he wants people to starve stressed so that they're so stressed that he seeks opportunity to rape them. He's deplorable. That's my second cousin right there. Un puerco asqueroso. Oh. Anyways, I'm recycling my food. I'm the relative of I don't prostitute myself illegally. When recycling a fork, I wash the fork in a water. If need to. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I miss you know, skinny. What else? What else? What else? So I'm seeking the death penalty for everyone that has caused my poverty, for me to not have electricity. In my apartment, that's a violation of my human rights. It doesn't matter if someone in Uganda doesn't have electricity in their home, it's a violation of my right. They think because I'm a peacekeeper, humanitarian, I will have electricity. That's not gonna get it to someone in Uganda if it needs electricity any quicker. In fact, the more I blah about Nord Stream, this water that gets prosperity to people. This leech is trying to kill people so that he can walk through all roads and be putting his penis everywhere, raping people. Porque not everyone that will survive his stupid plan will be compatible. Hay gente que se va a cansar de él, lo va a matar. Porque wasn't I so into it? Literally. Like, that dick when I was like a year and a half. And now I'm like, ew, he's a rapist, murderer, and thief. I want him dead. What else? What else? We met in Norway when I was like a year old or two. Or from me being a baby, I licked my vagina. Well, what else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways, look. Confirmation is my baby. She hasn't seen the birth certificate. So there's no need for me to show up privately and get beat up emotionally. That Jaden isn't my kid. That Kehlani isn't my kid. That Edgar could have been with Sunset. Who else? Who else did they put around there? Ana Maria Gomez, Gloria Margarita Cartagena. Everyone that in an orgy literally possibly just sat on it for a second. He trafficked into Utah to try to imply that Jaden Kehlani are mine. And I could possibly do that. He's so outdated in his abuse. Brutal. And I couldn't tell you who Edgar has had on his dick that sat on it. That's normal for a person to not be what that haven't ever people that have had sex before with other people have babies exclusively with other people. That's normal. That's not what Catholicism promotes. Catholicism promotes respect, virginity in the sense of keep your fucking mouth shut and don't rape people with your stupid comments. I already put my dick here. I'm so important. And I took that one dancing. Wouldn't you like to take me dancing? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, this book. Oh, just because I did just do when I was 1 or 2 doesn't make him the baby daddy either. I imagine Gloria is having like this in an orgy to anyone that would have had wanted at it with the way that they describe it. Gloria Nirsa didn't have a list of people outside of my bedroom in her home. Like lines hasta el pueblo, te llega a Mayagüez, San Juan, rodear toda la isla, par de veces. Llegar a Chicago en avión. To get to my vagina while I lived with her, so it wasn't border tampoco that I lived in. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways, you can decapitate everyone that has caused my poverty. so that Jaden cannot get separated from me. Porque mira este comentario que ya va a quedar sin bebé. When I'm like, that's my baby still. That was a Chili's. Fancy as it might seem. Ish. Was Roosters already there? Possibly. Oh, this was their second time in Utah. Oh, that's what it was. There was that Rooster's place. And I didn't take him there because when he was born in Utah, Chili's was the fanciest they had. Ish. Though they have like the Argentinian place, I know. That I visited without him before even getting pregnant. Soros. I want to visit this place. I want to visit this place. Oh, that was 1995. That's hilarious. I thought it was after I got there or around the same time. I used to take myself to Chili's after work a lot. But on these places, well, this is where I could meet someone that's less boozy. And I'm a victim of stalkers. So I imagine that if I took myself to places like this, though if it's occasionally, but like one time, I'm like, I'm just here for the food, okay? No one bother me or you're gonna get stopped. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I want to visit this place. There's one in Ogden. How fun. I like this place. It's like this all there is. There's Target nearby. I'm like, what's in Heritage Boulevard? Also, he wants to show me that while I was in Utah, but that's possibly why I didn't attend, that he was at Roosters all the time with the people that worked with me, that he trafficked there. Trying to make me jealous of that in 2025? Huh? They used that as a scare tactic, trying to rape one? Ew. Oh, qué asco. Ew, ew, ew. Target. By the novel living. I used to live at Pinnacle Mountain. I'm born. As a husband, Mountain View. No, so weird. I thought it was more today's sign. Oh, but like today's side of the like my flowers to what else? There's Moe's, but I think I tried Moe's in Florida, not there. There's a cafe. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, but it's towards this side. Where's the Starbucks? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What is scrambled? Never been there. What else? What else? What else? What else? That is hilarious. What was I looking for? Oh, cafe. I want to visit. There's one at the airport. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And then I think it's in like to the right of my bedroom. So annoyed at this map right now. I'm so annoyed at this map right now. It gives me not anxiety, but I'm stressed out. What else? Episcopus, I think I visited. Possibly. There's a cupcake place here that I got my cupcakes from, and then I went back. Or the other way around. Where that cafeteria is at? Or was. There's a Popeyes there? Wow. So Sissy, those mashed potatoes, I'm glad that I had them before I had issues with my esophagus. They're worth me out trying them. Sweet Tooth Fairy, I even posted about it on Instagram, I think. I got 3 cupcakes. Forgetting Edgar was at work. And he likes the red velvet. They had some little bites of red velvet that he got for himself. So I think I went on and did the same thing, and I got cupcakes for BJ and Kelani, and then I got him the thing. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I want to visit Cafeteria. Oh my money. This time I gotta spell. Also, I was annoyed. Like, Edgar can give me a. What else? What else? What else? So I'm like, whatever. I'll work with her. But yeah, what's your. What? Base housing allowance. Great. Spend it all here and then utilities extra. I may be one of those people. What else? What else? What else? It's very similar to where I'm at right now. It has a pool. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Oh, I remember using that computer area. Right when moved in, like the internet is still in the home. I need to like literally get on the computer to order internet. What else? So like I would be like, so what were you up to today? I'm like, there's internet coming tomorrow. Isn't that what the living room is? Sometimes assist one's own assistance. What else? What else? What else? What else? By the way, that place smells so good. Cinnamon all year round is how I remember it. Or maybe we got an apartment. But to me, it's cinnamon all year round. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Was that even there? I can't remember. What else? There's a snack provision now. How cute! That is so cute. This is almost the layout ish that we have, but it isn't. The washer and dryer were like one. The dryer was on top of the washer and a closet ish in like the kitchen area. Where could they say that I have Alzheimer's? I don't. Oh, so there is people possibly in court that they're like we need to consult the people from Pinnacle View. It's called. Here's the website. We pull the floor. Or be like, does this make sense? Like the washer and dryer situation back then, if you remember. We're gonna seeking the death penalty for thousands of people that steal from me, that stay in my homes, they get in the way of me receiving money, that steal my vehicles. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? This looks so much fun. I remember that kitchen. I could mofongo there. What else? What else? What else? What else? So cute. So cute. This is so cute. What? I'm bored. What are the amenities? Porque one never knows if one needs to go back to Utah. It needs a place to stay at, like this. I like the location. There's a Target nearby. There's several restaurants. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So not bad for not living in Salt Lake City. There's a yoga studio, resort style pool, business center, playground, 24-hour and emergency maintenance, also dog park. Oh, a cafeteria right now. Well, I was there with Jaden. Actually, just with Jaden at Chili's. He wants to say that David Lesma que no me Ana Vila Gomez and Roosters. And Jesus fucking Christ, oh my God, just to kill him shit through the night. Is that what happened? What else? I need money to sustain myself and Jaden and life. Not a chisme of people that I don't even know I want to know, don't want to know about. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? 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 So do they want that we would tell you about Ruth Andrew? As if I don't Google places. As if I'm like not in the mood for there. I don't want to be taken right now. Like visit with my baby daddy. Actually, I may have ordered from Roosters to go. Like I'll take that burger. I'm that person sometimes, and I pick it up. I'm like to go because I'm baby meat. Does the Interpol say that, or the employee is like, "Girl, I'm not trying to get you pregnant." But I'm like, I'm just here to pick up my order. No one that I want to have your sex with. In my body language. I'm just waiting for my fries. Will they be hot or cold? Waiting for my grocery. I don't know how they didn't do it pink because if I open it at home it's still pink. I just may have to reorder something else. I cook something for myself or put it in the stove and turn it on pink. What are the options? What are the options of that burger? If I want it on pink, it's no pink. Well, the waiter is getting my food. In the meantime, in the meantime, in the meantime, whatever, whatever. If I wasn't already taken, leaving Haken, live. Like living this forever like I want to. What else? What else? What else? What else? And then some days raising the kids together in the third home. Or is that third? I know I'm gonna have to seek the death penalty for you. There's my burger. Thank you. Already paid for it. Bye. What else? What else? What else? I'm seeking the death penalty for everyone that stays in my homes without my permission. I am seeking the death penalty for everyone that has caused data and cannot need to be separated from me. I'm seeking the death penalty for everyone that steals my money. I'm seeking the death penalty for everyone that steals my vehicles. You can decapitate me how many soldiers and sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money, that steal my vehicles and steal my home so that I'm crying on the internet that I'm hungry for him to be like, bad dad, I'm better than her. Es un asco still at that age? Oh, ew, 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 ew. What else? 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 Where's the full list? Oh, I was trying to find out about the provisions. It's not like an actual picture of the provisions that they provide food there. What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, there's a self-serve micro market. Oh, pretty. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored, and there's a Walmart nearby. What else? What else? What else? So I want to visit Roosters again. What's the naughty Brussels Leighton? The loaded nachos. Hey, that's what I ordered, not a burger. Okay, I ordered to go. Sometimes I call and they're like, sure, you can pick it up. Because I want to be a part of the experience, but I don't want to be a part of the experience. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Ooh, pizza. Or the pesto penne. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Or the salmon sounds good. The baked chicken Milano, maybe. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel, plan to meet people, ideally plan to immerse them. I'm excited about that. What else? What else? I want to visit Cafeteria. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. So I don't need to be like, since if they already stalked me, I don't need to be like, so I ate a cafeteria. Why would I talk to the stalker? Ew, ew, ew. What else? I'm getting water from the water from. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. So I brought it in my bag. My apartment's a mess. All I have is food stamps. And the one in this thing that I really posted to myself. Mm-hmm. You can look cafeteria having fun and so some that rake me. That's the only money that jerk me so that people rake me. That's the only vehicles, that's the only homes. It's June 9, 2025. Mm-hmm. The electricity bill in my apartment is past due. I want to cook for myself and there's no electricity in my apartment. The things that I know the people who work here. Él es un puerco asqueroso. He gets close to the people working at places that he thinks I'll be or after I've been. I've heard. And then he thinks that I'm like, oh my god, Lucy there is so lucky that she has electricity in her apartment or her home. I don't know any of these people. What else? What else? What else? They're very outdated with their reviews. They're so gross. What else? What else? What else? What else? What was I doing? Oh, I'm about to show you pictures of what I cooked for myself. What else? I want to cook for myself today. What else? There's videos on YouTube where I've cooked. Oh, that's what I was looking for earlier. That's fine. I should do that. After posting about this video. What else? What else? What else? What else? So, using my channel. What about clothes? What else? What else? What else? What else? So he has me like, that's not what presos y has he never been to jail? Todo lo que ve en una película lo repite con abuso hacia la gente, es un puerco asqueroso. Mientras me robó mi dinero y yo estaba violando a alguien, diciendo, yo te llevo. I'm a model. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. Here, my water bottle. What else? What else? What else? What else? Today. There's my bank account number. What else? What else? What else? Oh, this is so slow. Is this thing wise though? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. When I'm financially stable. Anyways, I want to eat a cafeteria. Oh, and the men in Salt Lake City are mad at me, letting me starve because they're like, girl, you didn't take me on a date, you didn't let me mamarte las tetas even for a day. Well, wait, there's polyamorous, we heard. Had you and I been compatible and these bitches still raped us with the pretense you're close proximity to our lead, so I must rape you and take away from her. Possibly. Very gross because they're stalkers, they're gross. What else? What else? What else? What else? So even the men in Salt Lake City are letting me die, even the people in the library, even if they know that I need money, are letting me die. Some people may say because they rape everyone that they know beforehand that may be in contact with me or not, or have been in contact with me or not. What? I'm bored. What is there here? I can try that, no? And that sweet fairy. And a couple of rub. I miss What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. Steals my money and he says, if one of her coworkers says 2 days after work, she says yes, pero si yo le digo, vamos por la cita, she va a decir, no, esa muy gana. He doesn't even know me. Excuses just to find people to rate, thinking that I'm going to trap it into marriage when I have no interest. It's so disgusting. Fue un vago asqueroso. Fue. Me roba mi casa, me roba mi vehículo. My personal homes, my personal vehicles, he fills it in with people. And says, well, I didn't get an invite from Arlene, so here's a party. What else? Ew, dan un asco. They're thirsty as well. What else? That's what my son Telasma speaks of them. It's like you have someone in your life, patience or health, even, and is thirsty. Porque this is high cholesterol due to starvation and too much. What else? I got checked out of BAMC like in 2017, 2018. I asked them like, what is this? And they're like, most likely santalasma due to high cholesterol. And I thought, oh, a good thing that I just quit working. Or so I'm just barely like eating while working there. So stressed now. 8 hours without money for a nanny for Jaden and Lonnie. Driving from the Cantera area to Converse to keep them close by at Randolph Air Force Base so that Agar could also be hands on. But Agar was also texting me. I'm like, I'm here picking up the kids from school. Like, hello. And they all have a Cindy, these pendejos asquerosos. They're like, Cindy, escucha esto. Agar y Arlene tuvieron problemas en ese matrimonio. Ay, our love is perfect. Es una basura, una asquerosidad. Es un asco. Es un bochinchero asqueroso. To create bochinche. Da un asco. Es un asco, una basura. There's a Walmart nearby under I-15 now. On Hillfield Road. Can only to Leighton Commons Park, very likely. Else? I'm bored. Where is that going in Leighton? I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for a video of me cooking. So I want coffee Cool, I think it is what I've ordered. What else? Oh, I see the stabbing of my homies, daughters, and sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get into my entertainment, that steal my vehicles and steal my homes. I am bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel with man and meet people ideally polyamorous. I'm excited about that. To go past cooking my apartment. What else? So they get mad. They're like, what else? They're watching esos videos. Have you heard them speak? Ojalá se borren esos videos donde dice que tiene electricidad en un apartamento para que cuando se quede sin electricidad la gente no se recuerde que ya tenía electricidad. Estamos en los Estados Unidos, yo estoy en los Estados Unidos, donde la electricidad no es algo que llegó hoy a los Estados Unidos. Dan un asco, they're deplorable. They want to reward with electricity just so people have sex with them. Who? Literally es un pendejo caca. Yo día necesito la biblioteca y la biblioteca está abierta. So I have Alex. And I don't go to find out because possibly the person that made the decision is someone that hates me for no good reason that he's trafficked into hating me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. In the meantime, I love living. Didn't I tell you all about Duolingo too? Wasn't Livy, what was that? Online reading up record. Oh, I know, recording. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? In one of these years, 21, 23, there maybe the most downloads ever. What else? 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 I'm bored. Anyways, I posted about it on Facebook. What else? What else? I was listening to a book a while ago before my electricity got shut off. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. He's horrible. You can decapitate me. Having said this, it's the sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of my money, that have a hate crime towards me. They're disgusting. I'm never talking to them ever. What here to do? Look for a video from when I was cooking. What else? What else? What else? In my apartment about 6 months ago. What else? What else? What else? I remind you that you can give me money. Put it on my bank account. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I've heard people choke him and beat him up for abusing me. Or an addict and a sex addict. You can decapitate my homies, so it's a son, steal my money, they get in the way of mercy. They steal my vehicles and stuff. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored, and when I'm this bored and this poor, I speak up publicly always. He thinks that with killing my mother, I'm gonna get scared away. He's deplorable, so gross. Thinks that I'm gonna run to his arms and be like, baby, you're right, she was a terrible mother. Me not having a set of grandparents all growing up was everything that destroyed me. And you're not liking the aesthetics of my parents' home. It's okay, whatever, I understand. Ew, es un asco. Es un asco. Un puerco asqueroso, una basura. Ew, 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 ew. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Who's gifting me money today? Who's gifting me money today? 6 months ago, I was cooking my apartment for me. So. What else? 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 I have my apartment since March, maybe. Possible. I've been hanging out in the library mostly every day. My apartment's dirty. I don't have energy to clean it. I don't have enough money for food. I haven't even been meeting the caloric intake that I'm supposed to meet every day. I have a cankle-ish too. So he mocks me and he gets librarian type girls. And scares them and says, but you would go to the library to this for this to seek the death penalty for people? Lawyers do it. There has to be law books out there. What did Obama study? Where is he a graduate from? else? What else? Oh, law. And there is that book. So law is mentioned here. I'm bored. Anyways, I'm gonna cook for myself. I want to cook for myself today. Oh, it was that cold. I'm seeing videos of myself wearing a jacket. You can decapitate Morgan Henley. If as an adult she stays in my homes without my permission, steals my money, gets in the way of me illegally. What else? They get a kick out of that because they're like, dale tú, drunk Morgan, para que la gente crea que alguien behaves that grossly. They're disgusting. Anyways, I don't have electricity in my apartment. Ooh, HEB was gifting me money today. What else? 6 months ago is where I have to get back to. Possibly to show a video of me cooking for myself. What else? I am bored. What did I eat? HEB that day? Possibly a show. I want pizza from Royal Blue Rosary Wonder Slice today. What else? I'm bored. I need a cleaning of my teeth. I had dental cleaning in 5 years plus. I'm used to paying for that service. I don't know any money. So these individuals want my teeth to rot, so fuck me. And the hot guys on Tinder. What else? When I find me people I tell you. I'm excited about that. What else? I'm bored. 3 months. What else? To ask a bus driver for what can you to get food and food stamps? HEB. So I don't starve to death. Like these grossness want to tell me ese pendejo Antonio Cafezón is what's best for you. You're too pretty, it's what's best for you. Es un asco. He steals my money so that I'm worshipping fashion. Like my lips are so kissable for me. Let's start with fashion. Da un asco, es una basura, es una asquerosidad este tipo de puerco. He steals my money and he steals my homes, he steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money and then thinks that I'm gonna hear his ha ha ha. Is he dead already? That's hilarious. Ojalá esté muerto. Pero why I haven't received money just yet? Hay que matar a los demás in self-defense. Porque it's not just one of them, at least these 3 have raped me decades ago. What else? What else? They're disgusting. They thought that I was gonna talk to them behind the scenes and get their point of view about my current situation or about my life in general. Never. He's disgusting. Victoria Jordan. I am bored. Who's gifting me money today? What else? I should call them from my phone to Instagram while I'm searching for this video. Okay, I don't have a phone service right now. What else? So March, Mayo, Junio, that was 3 months ago. So in these videos I was possibly cooking in my apartment. I don't want to clean. click it and then have to search for it. That's this thing. Still gonna. I'm bored. The public library in San Antonio. Car. What else? 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 What else?
Finally, like turns 21 Saturday.
What did I do? Oh, because I'm asking for money to take an electricity. On the way where you're saving money, pays people to illegally misrepresent me.
What?
Did I cook for myself? Did I eat? What else?
So you can decapitate Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo, you can decapitate
I'm
Maria
killing
Lorenzo
Rebecca
Acevedo, you can
Washington
decapitate
self-defense
Jamie
Sunday.
Lorenzo
I'm
Acevedo,
killing Kayla Barnes
you
in
can
self-defense Sunday.
decapitate Maria Angelisa Villas
What
Lorenzo,
else?
you
What
can
else?
decapitate Javier Lorenzo
I'm
Chaparro, the speed that
more.
I say their names and the insistence and strongness that I say that I want them dead just reflects how much abuse I've sustained on behalf of Yanisa Acevedo Cordero, Ramon Lorenzo Lorenzo, Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo, Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo, Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo, Maria Angelisa Viles Lorenzo, and Jadiel Lorenzo Chaparro towards me in the past 44 years. In the meantime, look at this. It's a drop of water, people, on my Chromebook.
Can't watch it. Oh, that little heart was so cute.
What else is
What?
so cute?
What else? What else? What else?
There
I took her.
It's so pretty. Anyways, I was dating and I was thinking I'm currently making a grilled cheese sandwich for myself. I don't have chips, but I have 12 ones. Then I'll be eating later. I already ate one earlier before I took a lovely nap. I love daytime sleeping. What else? 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 You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that everyone can live, and so that they're so married to these piece of shit that I don't ever want them in my life. What else? What else? What else? This is so small too.
Who's cooking money today? Oh, I was cooking for myself. I was cleaning my apartment. I was doing my laundry in my washer and dryer. It was just like,
As a privilege for girls, they have both sets of grandparents y que me maman el pene.
eso, da asco. Yo puedo pegar los y compré 4 sets de lavadora y secadora. Si la necesitas, I have the dog. Asqueroso. He tries to keep people down to rate them. Es estúpido. He doesn't know how to gauge intelligence. I think that his shit worked on me, his brainwashing that he thinks he did. Ew, 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 ew. He thinks that he's an authority figure when he isn't? No way. Qué asco. Oh, 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 oh. What did I eat that day? What? I'm bored. What else? What else? What else did I cook breakfast for myself? What show? Just a preview. There's food I cook for myself, and I clicked on it. I hate them. Now I'll possibly have to backtrack all the way to this format of videos. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I'm calling Jaden. However, no answer. What else? What else? I'm bored. Okay, now. What else? Those are fun.
about
Either way,
to
in writing or digital.
eat it with chips.
What else? What else? What else? What else?
Chocolate from HEB.
What else? So what did I cook for myself today? Oh, there's more chocolate. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
One.
What else? What else? What else? What else? Who's gifting me money today? Hopefully, I don't have to wait years for these people to stop stealing from me. They haven't in more than 30 years. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. Like, I need money today for me to provide for myself, taking money. What else? Emerson, there she'll take down her. Is what they've been playing for how many years? Before I was on YouTube. They're disgusting. They don't understand confidence. They're so gross. Ew, ew, ew. What else? What else? What else? He's possibly someone that was at orgies when I was a baby. That's it. What?
What follows after that? Jaden Kaylani, do you want to fuck my daughter while I'm there too?
What else? What else? What else? I'm seeking the death penalty for having swatted me to steal my money, to get in the way where you're saving money. My vehicles get in the way where you're saving money. What else? Or drug me so that people would rape me on purpose. That's their specialty towards me. They're so gross. They're like, you deserve the barrio treatment. Like, aquí todo el mundo está en droga. You were gonna put you on drugs too, okay? They're disgusting. Not everyone is on drugs, I've heard. What else? What else? What else? Anyway, I'm heading to the restroom. What else? I don't feel good. I just took a shit that wasn't even worth it because I haven't eaten it. Also, my stomach like literally did the whole digestion. I heard that happens in victims of starvation, where your stomach hurts because it's like literally doing the job of creating and exposing shit out of your body that should be significantly much bigger than what it is. You can decapitate he that wants to marry just to see my shit. You can decapitate me who means what sons of sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of your same money. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. And I'm gonna order food. Speaking of shit, I ordered from Uber Eats to be delivered to my apartment, most likely because the library will close at 8. Though I still have time-ish, but I don't want to risk it. Oh, I could eat it outside. I could order it to have it. What else is this lifestyle? What else? You can decapitate everyone that steals my vehicles. You can decapitate everyone that's trying to rape me. You can decapitate everyone that steals my money. You can decapitate everyone that gets in the way of your statement. It's June 9, 2025. What else? What else? What else? What else? I need money ASAP. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Anyway, this is fine. Oh, I didn't want to close downtown. What else? 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 I'm bored. There's no electricity in my apartment. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Who's gifting money? Who's gifting money? You can give me money through PayPal. It's AR Blue Sky Designs Go, lo que estoy pensando. Straight to my heart. If there's electricity in my apartment, they thought that YouTube would delete. Oh, for real, Dad? The people from Besitos were the please also see my music with illegal deportation, where she's an American citizen. They're trying to make her look like she's Latina whore. Que la van a toxicar también, no. We don't know. And then the people trafficking me, the wishful thinkers like Jennifer Bonilla. Nena, de aquí a que se quede sin electricidad con los poderes humanos Mark Zuckerberg. Con los poderes de Mark Zuckerberg. Esta video de estar cocinando no van a estar en Instagram. I mean, I need it to be in Facebook. good. And they are delusional, pero they're also raping in the moment. Whoever they send, like con lo bueno que yo le mamo el bicho a este, they're looking for a client. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? All the wishful thinkers that go on saying by the time that she doesn't have electricity in her apartment, she'll be dead. Don't worry. What else? What else? What else? Electricity in her apartment, she'll be dead, guys. Or with this news and with these ads that I'm for that video from her even saying that she could still be deleted. They're that deplorables too. In 2025, they're disgusting. Nena, by the time que ella se quede sin electricidad y se le corten la electricidad, ya esos videos de YouTube se los van a borrar con yo acostarme con el CEO porque mi esposo lo conoce. They don't understand professionalism. They want to destroy quality and they look so gross in it. What else? What else? What else? What else? Nena, si ya yo le bailé como un stripper y una stripper al tipo en YouTube este, yo estoy seguro que esos videitos de ella los van a borrar ya mismo. Yo estoy seguro que esos videos de ella los van a borrar ya mismo. You can decapitate Joanna Vargas, you can decapitate whoever it is that raped me. In 2016, facilitating most likely pictures of me in lingerie to Joanna Vargas and asquerosidad. They're disgusting. What else? What else? What else? So disgusting that they're not worth my time. I'm not talking to them or confronting them. Like they don't exist to me. So I don't need to use my time to talk to them. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am. Anyways, my stomach feels better. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Videos from like 4 or 5 months ago when my apartment had electricity, where I was cooking maybe or at least eating food in my apartment that like. What else? 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 I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? Who's gifting me money today? Responsible. Oh, some people like me go rush me out that they receive money because I witnessed a lot of abuse when I was growing up. Like, and that does the. My tota también está abierta 24 horas y ya no se la come. Dan un asco. Así habla todavía Joanna Vargas. They're disgusting. They're so gross. They're embarrassing. The theft is real. And the rape is real. And the bullying is real. They're disgusting. I was taking the death penalty for all these people. They're disgusting. They want to try to make them seem like, wow, so say that one can't even live without it. They're girls that don't understand sexiness either. They don't understand any concept. They're disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Two tenants. There's one downtown. I need my own vehicle. Or I got an Uber ride. It was a taxi ride that was gonna take forever. What else? What else? What else? And there was a day that there was bad weather. What else? What else? What else? Pero even like not so late at night and back. 25. What else? What else? What else? That's the latest. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Was I'm bored. I'm bored. Anyways, Prince Harry won't marry me because I have a knot in my hair, even though I don't want to marry Rosie. Pero
They're like, es que Sansi tiene un nudo en el pelo, wow, live. Y no se baña bien, entonces Harry no se casa con ella.
dan un asco. They're deplorable. They're so gross. They kill for dick and vagina. They're deplorable. They're so disgusting. Ew, ew, ew. They're disgusting. They're so gross. Oh. I'm bored. Oneida la Madalena and Huebner Oats. Where was that at? I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? I've been hanging out at the library for the past 3 months, every day almost. It's close on my birthday. Who's gifting me? I'm bored. I'm bored. There's that mess that they thought, like, ya este video yo me voy a encargar que lo borren de YouTube. Yo conozco base management, okay? I laugh at them for if social media was like something that like wow you're also the rewarding is and other people aren't. So you Akerosidad Marilyn and the others behave like third world country people in a country that has two international airports. And do they go on like friends with Mark Zuckerberg? I don't brag about having met him ever. I'm like felt attracted to him, but not even like the only boy that I've ever seen. But I had already had plans to have babies. I think that even his mother knew about. But I'm like, I could have a baby with this or a fuck buddy. But I've never pursued it. To me, they were possibly pitching for social media part of a project. And not like these people, some of them are like, I'm married or what. And some people say that's part of like collateral damage of working in a place where it's not their real country and then they know what the word marriage is. Y me cogieron de rehén, pero I don't pay much attention to them. Like, yeah. Possibly. Possibly. They're so disgusting. They're so disgusting. Ew. What else? I'm bored. I am bored. What else? I am bored. I'm talking to FBI in this post, NATO, Interpol, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Justice Department, the United States, the International Criminal Court. What else? What else? What else? I want to order food for myself today. I want to eat at Royal Blue Grocery again. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Which is what I think he's staying for Royal Blue Grocery on the east side opens. If they're trying to open that place, so I should be running from San Antonio Olivia so he doesn't kill me before Royal Blue Grocery opens. What else? I want to hike. There's a beautiful hike that's Salado Creek nearby. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? I want to order food or eat at First Watch tomorrow. What else? I'm bored. I want to eat at Dennis tonight. He's gifting money. The library closes at 8, so I'm staying here with some money. Put it on my bank account. or through PayPal. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. So literally, these people go on to talk and they say, "But why are we gonna even give her money back?" If he told her that may not have been one. Que la va a matar antes de que vaya a la grocery ahora. Dan un asco. They're disgusting. They're so gross. I'm staying in Escaloni. In the meantime, I want to visit Jaden Kilisa, David Ledesma, that raped me. What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate legendary descendant. So sorry que una basura, una asquerosidad. She's had people drug me and rape me, possibly. So gross. They're deplorable. What else? 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 That may not be an accurate name, but that's just like what I thought right now. That maybe I said yo no vivo mi vida like, oh my god, guys, so I'm here. I have a grocery downtown, like it's my last day, porque cuando abran el restaurant, puede ser que ya me haya matado. I don't live my life that way. He's deplorable. They're disgusting. So these people possibly go on saying, no, que no vaya a que el día que antes de que abran el en el Israel la va a matar. Será alguien que va a matar o será nosotros por violarla. They're disgusting. They're so gross. Ew, 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 ew. Though my dad may say that's a guesstimate of when hopefully these people get the death penalty for abusing Arlene. What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate Cyrus Peña, traffic me into poverty. You can decapitate anything else that stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, steals my money. You can decapitate Liz Nieves if she's still alive. You can decapitate Elisa Munoz that wants me to let my siblings rape me because that's what God says. That let's go there, so gross. Ew, ew, ew. You can decapitate Ana Luz Carrero. The decades ago said to me, stay away from my man. Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's son's half brother that is like 15, 18 years older than me. I was talking to him. She said, maldita sea, esta nena chiquita que me lo está tratando de quitar. Yo te voy a matar a ti un día. And he's like, you have plans with her son. You're definitely okay. Not because of that, but you have plans to have babies with her son. Just like, what else? Isn't that piece of shit? I bounced as soon as I could. 3 years old. Does he talk about me like he knows me? Is his name Pablo, or people joke about that? Or Pablo is like a truly, or someone's rich primo. That isn't my primo. That is primo de un primo. I don't know his name and I don't ever think about him. You can decapitate Maria Luisa Rosa. You can decapitate Yesenia Ramirez Lorenzo. You can decapitate Mayra Alejandra Villarrubia. You can decapitate Sandra Lorenzo, whoever sent me this message, as long as it's not Jaden Kiloni being abusive towards me, as to separate Jaden Kiloni from me. What else? What else? What else? What else? Bored. I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? What else? What else? What else? When was I cooking my apartment? A while ago. I don't have electricity. What else? 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 So that's embarrassing. What else? 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 They're deplorable. They stay obsessed. They're like, esa nena le gustó, so quizá todavía le gusta. Does she go to his phone and be like, tú no estás hablando con ella? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm too that day in bed, but did I cook for myself? That possibly breakfast or after a nap. What else? I missed having electricity in my apartment. How long is this video? That was 10 hours. I must have, or 10 minutes. Never mind. 6 hours. I may have cooked in this. Click on, I'm gonna right click here. Oh, and I clicked. Anyways, they go on saying it's okay, guys. We're gonna be further. By the time that she doesn't have electricity in her apartment, those YouTubes from those videos from her cooking and having electricity in her apartment will be gone. Forget I'm fucking the girl, like the algorithm girl that sometimes gets fired. It doesn't do their job properly. What else? What else? What else? What else? What was I up to that day? There's electricity in my apartment. Seeing definitely were mostly everyone that I grew up around. And who the rest of them? Oh, why was this number? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, I was cooking possible. Or did I leave? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. That's hilarious. There's no food here in this video. Possibly what I'm missing. This is hilarious. Oh, there's that. Well, I mean, what is it? Oh, it's kind of blurry. What was the sandwich, maybe? I'm bored. What else? 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 Who's gifting me money today? I keep checking my inboxes to see if I receive money. And what I received was a suggestion that I should join OnlyFans when I need money for that because there's travel involved. There's Amazon.com, possibly for snacks, water, lingerie, maybe, or maybe an Audi or 2 or 3 or for the rest of my life. These people are disgusting. They think that OnlyFans is for legal prostitution. They're deplorable. Son unos puercos asquerosos, and then they subscribe to people, and they're like, I'm your fan. Ew, es un puerco, una basura. Ew, ew, ew. I don't ever want that near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm eating my cooked. Who's gifting me money? What else? Who's gifting me money? Tomorrow. And I want someone to clean my apartment ASAP. I'm killing Kayla Barnes in self-defense. Washington one day in self-defense. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They stalk me. They're so gross. Ew, 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 ew. What else? So lovely. That is pretty. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Listen to people. Is there my bank account numbers? For people to give me money if they wish to. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? 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 Who's gifting me money today? In 2 hours. So I'll stay here until I close this for me to see if I receive money. Gift it to me. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. There's free food available in some places downtown, and I don't want money for a bus pass. You can decapitate me, homie, and sweat sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money. They want to mock me in real time. They're like, so you were at the soup kitchen? Ha ha ha. Look at all this caviar that I ate with the money that I steal from me. Oh, you could only wear that t-shirt. My girlfriend has the closet full of t-shirts and books and what else? And food. Look at her pantry. Look at our pantry. Es un asco, no, so that he had to interest me. For me to even want to wish him well, I'm seeking the death penalty for him. He's disgusting. He's so gross. Una basura, una asquerosidad. Ew, ew, ew. I don't ever. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Bored. So I'm just looking for videos. Possibly when there was electricity in my apartment. That because I don't talk to him. Ew, I have to say that. He's not deplorable. That because I don't talk to him and he doesn't know what my next step is. He's like, no le den dinero. Once ella reciba ese bill de tanto y no lo puede pagar, se va a estar prostituyendo ilegalmente o se va a ir del internet. Tú verás. Va a dejar de ir a la biblioteca. Porque todas mis novios en la biblioteca tienen paycheck. Da un asco. They still behave that way. They're disgusting. Ew, 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 ew. I don't want that near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? Give me money. What happened to this town? What else? Searching for videos from like 4 or 5 months ago. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. And I have a cancel because what else? What else? What else? You can decapitate me. How many others? Mr. Son, that decades ago said to me, "We're stealing your money so that you're crying on the internet." My sibling Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo said, "Te puedes matar tagging el Interpol y no te van a ayudar nada." They're so gross. That was decades ago. I didn't think they would go with the hate crime towards me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. They're looking for people to rape. People that I know. I know no one. So it's never enough for them. ¿Ustedes son de Calalogueras? A ver lo que es. Oh, ya, just follow esa cuenta. O ya la conozco or whatever. That's how. Instead of tending to my need, that is money, so I can order food, pay for my electricity bill, take care of myself financially. Jaden and Kimani, they're like only fans. I'm here showering with my penis out thinking about you, possibly. Dan un asco. They're deplorable. They're so gross. Él se cree que he's the second husband. Luego de que yo dije que era mi único esposo. Porque they're like, dale, dale, dale. Ese mensajito que yo recibí ayer. They think they're probing me. They don't know how to gauge intelligence. They're that dumb. So they're like, one spouse, dile que tiene como 70. A ver, para que ya sí. Son de Caralogueros es una. I accidentally liked this. Eliana Caralogueros es una es la misma persona. What else? What else? What else? Who liked this post? Who liked this post? Just one person? No. Like more. Anyways, Universo Storm es mi esposo también. So is Brian the Diamond, Road, Ariana Greenblatt, Nail Hill Devora, Erica is my husband too. So they don't know how to gauge intelligence. They're like accuse her of at least like 70 of it. Si ella dice. They think they're waterboarding me. They're stupid. Based on behavior that I heard. So he's like, wow, after I sent her this message, she's like, Edgar is my only husband that I've had. So hoy se levantan ellos todos like con oh chinito people saying. And this was just one person that messaged me that says like, so se casó conmigo, mi pene anoche, ayer tuvimos honeymoon y ella. These are people that I attended orgies when I was a child. My second cousins that I don't remember liking past the age of 2 or 3 because they're deplorable with the people that they surround themselves with too. So gross. So they stalk me, they steal from me, trying to rape me. They're trying to put me in a wheelchair to see people bathing me and raping me. They're disgusting. They're trying to traffic me into my dad's home to rape me there, to disrespect my dad. They recently killed my mother. What else? 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 Those are so relatable. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored, so I'm looking for videos of when I was cooking in my apartment a while ago. What else? Just like that wasn't Jaden's first Utah Jazz game. That wasn't my first time cooking ever. What else? 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 I'm bored. I am bored. Oh, Madison Beer. What else? What else? What else? Anyways, I'm bored. Anyways, I'm trying to multitask. Send my GoFundMe campaign to people. Ta-da! Was he trying to give me a beating because now I'm not a virgin on the internet and everyone always thought on mis tetas? And he's like, I was gonna date her, and now everyone has seen her in the tub. Basically, un pendejo asqueroso, I don't even know him. Ew, so gross. I've heard of that type. It's so disgusting. What else? 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 No, I was multitasking. Scrolling down with that hand. And then sending my GoFundMe campaign to people. This shop from Central Market. I got crackers, a cheese tray, and I have money in my food stamps card right now, but I can't get to food because I don't have money for a bus pass or a vehicle. They thought that I was gonna show up with boyfriends on Instagram for them or for Facebook for them to steal them from me. That's why they befriend me, ladies and gentlemen. They're so gross. What else? 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 Not that picture. What else? What else? What else? What else? 18 people liking this post. They're si se queda con hambre, ¿quién va a estar llevándole comida al apartamento? ¿Con quién salen citas? ¿Quién le cuida al nene? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm seeking the death penalty for all these people. You can decapitate Gloria V. Suarez. They all stay in my homes. I don't know who Joel Muñez is. I really don't know who Joel Muñez is. Oh, now I know. Yeah, I'm seeking the death penalty for him. So I'm seeking the death penalty for Gloria V. Suarez. I'm seeking the death penalty for Frances Harmon Jacobs. If as an adult she stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money. I'm seeking the death penalty for Jeanette Rodriguez. I'm seeking the death penalty for Elizabeth Ramirez Marrero. I'm seeking the death penalty for Brianna Midkiff. I'm seeking the Cordero. I'm seeking the death penalty for Magda Lorenzo. I'm seeking the death penalty for Maritza Vega Lorenzo. I'm seeking the death penalty for Joan Muñez. I'm seeking the death penalty for Ginelis Munoz Soto. That stay in my homes without my permission, steal my vehicles, get in the way of me receiving money, and steal my money. They're disgusting. Anyone que le mame el pene en una orgía, at least I want to know more about you. I'm just going to steal from her and give to you. And they say, Marlene, why you take me on a date? E and I painted together, so I possibly paid for one of those vehicles myself that I didn't get to drive. And he thinks that he can just do with my property whatever, and that I'll forgive him. I don't even know him. I don't even know their names. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And I don't want to get to know them ever. Ew, that dick is so busy. Possibly overwhelmed of house service. It tries to get. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. So I'm multitasking here. Checking my videos of a while ago porque I want to see myself in my apartment when there was. No, mi novia en YouTube lo va a borrar ya mismo. O ella se va a avergonzar de no tener dinero para pagar electricity de YouTube. Not according. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Myself. Like those asquerosidades that I grew up around trying to get me to illegally prostitute myself because they illegally prostitute themselves, I've heard. They're disgusting to me. What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. I missed it. I was getting who I called through Instagram. However, they didn't answer. What else? What else? What else? He thought that people would solve the debate of his dumb and you're no woman, Erling. Y todo no abriste las patas. You said you haven't had sex since 2016. You're no woman. There, I can steal her vehicle, steal her. She ain't no woman. So yo le doy los vehículos de ella a que sea mujer. Da un asco. He's deplorable, so disgusting. I don't ever want him in my life. In the meantime, it's que no le voy a prove that I'm a woman. Lord. What else? 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 Who's gifting me money today? Who's gifting me money today? And I'm emailing Edgar, finally. I've the energy to do that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, but I want to send a picture that I'll post on Facebook. Download it. Can I copy and paste? What else? 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 Well, it's sad. I don't think so. I haven't been able to send pictures through email. I wonder why on my phone's memory is like full. Let me see. Jaden and Kaylani. Question mark. I need glasses. What else? 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 And I'm sending him that I'm hungry and my bank account number, so he may not give me money. But where's the try? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What's in the picture? Well, possibly not. What else? What else? What else? What else? Sent. What unsent? Outbox. cute our picture. It isn't even there.
Huh? No.
What else? What else? What else?
You said you don't know?
I'll just send it without the picture.
What? I don't know.
Why you staring at me? What the fuck you don't know? Why you staring at me? What you get us off? Is that a conversation?
You do. I do.
Say what?
You hear it, phone?
You said what you said? What you say to me, bro? Okay, well, you said, why you looking at me, bro? And then when I say something, and then I ask you why you looking at me, you say you don't know, bro. What you got going? God, knock you out, bro. Come on.
I'm trying to find my phone.
What else? What else? What else?
I expect you.
What else? What else? So they want to tell me per the code of that it's not even your baby's daddy. Brooke, it wasn't your dad's penis in you when you were 0 or 2 in those orgies. You shouldn't be texting or messaging and porque then Gabby's gonna text me later and be like, baby, Arlene bothered Edgar. Dang asco. They're deplorable. They're so gross. Yeah, they're not a tribe. They just stick together. They're trying to get news from people. And they're disgusting. They're disgusting. What today? Who's gifting me money today?
You have,
What else? Oh, is that him as an SOS of Arlene? That conversation. Only you and I need to have it together. I'm overwhelmed with the amount of stupidity pestering me. I've heard, and I said that a while before, that's usually an SOS when like we're not Latino poor, so the kid keeps wearing glasses for a long time. That the prescription is right, but the frame sometimes doesn't fit porque ya el nene creció.
yeah.
So I've heard that is a scream on his part of do something about the people that are overwhelming me and pestering me all the time when this is a conversation between you and I. What else? 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 I'm bored. I don't know where they learned that. I'm like dollars away. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Anyways, I'm tagging the FBI in this post, NATO, Interpol, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Justice Department, the United States International Criminal Court, maybe the U.S. Army, maybe the U.S. Marines. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. And just the library closes late. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. And I'm not that type of humanitarian. No one is. No one takes their food out of their mouth and gives it to someone. I kept my kids until I could provide for all three of us collectively, everything. From the last trip to Old Navy and famous for wearing the what is it from on the same week that I took myself to shop. What else? 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 Anyways, there's people eating ashes right now somewhere. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. He's a sex addict. He's a porn addict. So he wants me to suffer and die for him to acquire my generational wealth that I don't even have access to. My trust my parents didn't even give to me. Fearing then he'll break into my actual home that I'm staying in and just sit there and wait for me or pickpocket me or go into my drawers, grab my diamonds and run away with it just for fun. He's all dated. When do you ever hear anything? Kim Kardashian at gunpoint, was she a part of it? Trying to scare me away? Or did they plot that for her to scare her and me away? Isn't she testifying now recently? I read. What else? 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 I'm bored. I am bored. Who is gifting me money today? What else? 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 Who's gifting me money today? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways, I keep checking my inbox for if someone gives me money to PayPal, then I'll buy myself a bus pass, get to HEB, buy some food, or buy food for myself, pay for my electricity bill if I receive enough money for it. It was like $500 ish with the fee. They're like, what if you paid like $400? I'm like, I don't have that. And there's a fee thing to connect that. But I called the day after it got disconnected. What else? 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 They want to say, well, she shouldn't be a royal blue girl, so exhibiting her green eyes to the people walking by and eating pizza and drinking coffee. She should have been paying for her electricity and be in her home. They're trying to give the message that people should just stay home forever. Very dangerously. Like they want me to just stay at home even without food or water so that I die. They're disgusting. Robert Suarez already threatened me decades ago. He's like, if you don't have money and your electricity bill ever goes past without water. Huh? Who? Un puerco, una basura, una asquerosidad. Ew, 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 ew. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm just like, ugh, about stomach. Took a shit a few minutes ago in the restroom because I haven't been eating a lot, so it was like a lot of work for my body for just the shit.
He's waiting outside. He's just waiting outside. I have agents.
Let me see this thing. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. You can decapitate everyone that stays in my homes without my permission. Everyone that steals my vehicles, you can decapitate. Everyone that steals my money. He just wants to know that I don't have sex. Es bruto, no quiero saber. Ew. He's deplorable. He's been raping for more than 30 years. He stole my money to date him. Decades ago. While in my bedroom after he would rape me. He would still show up to my bedroom raping me. Ew, hopefully he doesn't think that I'm in love with him. He's disgusting. Ew. I don't support rape. I don't support basura steals from me. Doesn't date me and then rapes me in my bedroom. That's disgusting. Eso apareció decades ago durante la capizona de esa basura. Con diseñador man Feliciano in her vehicle. They honked the horn of her vehicle. And he's like, look, it's taking me out of the Esa tipa loca, un asco. I wouldn't divert myself driving a few minutes to someone's home to do that. You can decapitate yo salí a robar Feliciano. You can decapitate María Luisa Rosa. Da un asco. Dan asco, una basura, una asquerosidad. Ew. I'm bored. Or was that whenever? Do they look alike sometimes? I wouldn't even know. The FBI knows that because I report them in real time and my parents recognize them. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Just give me money. I want to order food for myself to be delivered to my apartment. Just gifting me money today. There's my bank account number. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. Where was I in my apartment? Me quiero darme la dieta de la gente pesada. Es un asco. This isn't what people in the United States eat in jail. Es un asco, una basura. He's a porn addict. He's a sex addict. He's disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. They still live, or we still earn money, and then we compare with earning who has a better life. I don't want to talk to them ever. Ew, él no saca tiempo para él nunca. Da un asco. Ew. Dan un asco. They're deplorable. You can decapitate and have me started stealing my money. Don't get in the way, Mercy. Money that still might be. I'm bored. Just sitting in my apartment. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. When did I have electricity in my apartment? How long is this video? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm excited about that. What else? When did I record this? 4 months ago. How long was the video? Two hours, 3 hours. Was I in my apartment during that time? Yes. Is it the same video from earlier? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I just burped. No, Prince Harry won't ever marry me. That's what they say. That's what they think that I'm the magazine right now. Or on a list. Who was it? Like the top OnlyFans. It was the. I can't remember. What else? What else? What else? What else? No, Obama Bar. Neither will Josh Gad. Neither will Chad Sanders. And people are like, she's married to us. Oh, this video isn't working. Anyways, so do they go on gaslighting people and say, well, now she burped, Chad Sanders won't marry her? What else? What else? What else? Neither Brooke Shields. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Neither will Steve Hilton. And people then think that I'm married to those people. He gaslights people to steal my money still. They're disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else is this? Money. So 5 minutes ago, I may have been cooking in my apartment. What else? What else? What else? What else? Does he have a chip on his shoulder and say to people that mock him and say you have no chance with Arlene? He's like, wait until you see the pictures that she posts about us together. He drugged me for those pictures. That you have no. The truth. What else is why I don't talk to them? Porque I think when I was another wife with gender that I didn't agree to. He drugged me and he raped me and he may have taken me out to places, had the photo up, taken to say like, no, that's like my ex, that's my wife, get that loca. What else? What else? What else? What else? In preamble of me running out of money because I'm so bullied by mostly family of origin. They're so gross. And they're so adamant that I seek the death penalty for those people that steal from me and steal from him and steal from Jada and Kenoni. What else? What else? What else? Porque it's not normal that I can't provide for myself and Jaden and Kenoni. How many hours is that? Anyways, 5 months ago, maybe. Or 6. What else? Hopefully I don't pass out. I'm so tired. I haven't eaten well today. But I'm tagging that behind this post. Porque I'm seeing the else. I'm bored. I am bored. This is so small. Oh, 5 months. What else? Editing this video. I'm seeking the death penalty for everyone that stays in my homes without my permission. That steals my money. That gets in the way where you're saving money. What else? 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 I'm bored. I am bored. Anyways, I'm everyone that stays in my homes without my permission that steal my vehicles and get in the way. What else? What else? And I don't have money. What? I'm bored. Oh, chicken fried rice. I want to make fried rice. Oh, these are so much fun too. These are so much fun. What else? 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 They don't know how to gauge intelligence. They think that because I watched this video, I know how to quit on people. I love my solitude. I love my solitude. Like I think like videos that one saves for later can be seen like as a playlist publicly on YouTube. I think so. Maybe not the watch for later. Watch later. I don't know. I can't remember. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, Starbucks today. What else? What else? What else? Anyways, ya me recordé de Yandel. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, 3 hours. Did I cook in my apartment or not that day? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? This has been the funnest, longest ha 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 of the people that steal from me. It's been going on for more than 5 years with me posting on Facebook and no being lives. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. Seriously, I'm thinking, what am I gonna do tomorrow if I don't have money? Possibly ask and be a bus driver for a free ride to HEB so I can buy food with food stamps. I think I have what, $40 or 60, and then head to a library to laugh at these leeches asquerosidad that steal my home, steals my vehicles, has a hate crime going towards me, steals my money, gets in the way of me receiving money just to see me crying on the internet. Una asquerosidad, una basura. He said grandparents while growing up, he thinks that I should be suffering all the time, so he steals from me so that I feel hurt. He is deplorable, so gross. I don't ever want him near me. It's disgusting. Ew, 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 violates all human rights and then finds people that are just as disgusting as him to help him violating my rights. He's disgusting. Ever want his other sons and sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Did I cook that day? Possibly. What was I doing? What was that? What else? I want to click on it. Open a new tab. What else? What else? What else? What else? Did that day? Is that chips? And I miss my apartment being clean. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? Did I cook the livers? What else? What else? So dating that I said, boxing into the penalty for everyone that steals from me. Sneaking into the penalty for everyone that stays in my home without my permission. For everyone that gets in the way of me receiving money. Sneaking into the penalty for everyone that has to give them vehicles. Where's the food here? I may have cooked once or twice. What else? What else? What else? What else?
People's right on.
I'm bored. Penis in front of me. Did I not show food during the entire time?
Bebía alcohol, fumaba weed. Houston to
That is so weird. There's possibly footage of me eating during these 5 months. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Who's gifting money today? Anyways, I'm laughing at those people who steal from me that added me on Facebook thinking that we're friends. They're so gross. And I'm seeking the penalty for it. If they thought that I would talk to them privately and let them mock me for them stealing from me, they're disgusting. What else? 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 I'm bored. I miss making bows for Kehlani. Oh, that's hilarious. You had it. On the picture and on that one too. What else? Where are those shoes from? Is that from Target? Possibly. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. Just seeing like who like my pictures. I can sleep to death. Not today. My babies. No, I'm like starving out of money. What else was that? Link. What else? What else? What else? What else? Gina Ortiz. That was cute. Whoever did that, a caption. Was it Central Express or Case? One of them quoted the person that won, but it didn't say who won. I read that last night. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored.
So
Oh,
currently eating potatoes and dark chocolate caramels.
They're the dark chocolate caramels. In that video of me in my apartment where there's the electricity a while ago. By the time that she can't pay for electricity and gets shut off, she'll be dead. Or she'll be in Puerto Rico. Or she'll be living with her dad, I can assure you that. Estos tipos son unos puercos, una basura. Trying to traffic me into my home to they're deplorable, so gross. They thought they would get an
Are
invite. They just
disgusting.
invited themselves and imagined in their head by trafficking me into poverty and dating Kehlani away from me. They're disgusting. Yeah, their wishful thinking doesn't translate into what I do with my life. It won't ever be. Ew, 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 ew. They're so gross. What else? 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 Human rights link. What else? Walking link. What else? Making the please. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, they're playing bingo. That Martinez girl, ¿cuántos números hay ahí? So they don't ever stop stealing, I've heard. They're like, dame más. Que tú tienes que tener más dinero ahí. Si esa cuenta tuya, Martinez, has so many numbers, tiene que ser que tienes más dinero. Y he's like, dale. Si te mamo las tetas, ¿cuántos quieres? Dan un esposo, they're using me as clickbait to legally prostitute themselves. They're disgusting stuff. Yeah. What else? What is it? Supreme. I don't need to go on to find out about that. No, the FBI. There's a Supreme Court. I hate when that happens. That I couldn't type it. Oh, there it is. What else? What else? I'm bored. Who's gifting money today? What else? I want to download there. What else? Who's gifting money today? What else? Those on board. What else? I'm bored. Did I not show what I cooked for myself that day? What else? I'm bored. Let's see. What else? Soy tan, Charissa, tú y yo. Somos los nuevos padres de Jaden. Everyone give us gifts. Oh, he's extorting you for gifts? As if he's Jaden's and Kehlani's done? Damn, he was just at an orgy when I was like 1 or 2 years old. Ew, and he stalks me, he steals from me, he doesn't know way me receive money, he's raped me, he's drugged me, he's like raped me, he's the thing I don't ever want in my life. Ew. Well, anyway, saving that right, huh? That's a picture of Jaden Kimani. So this person commented on. She states in my homes with all my permission. By 19, I had a lease for BMW. Said I didn't get the job because she's sick. So Kettle Filan was sick, and they went on to give my personal vehicles to the service. I will not school. They're disgusting. They're stupid and fun. Just like these pictures. What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Let's talk about like this picture. Okay, mommy. What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Let's see that's the line. Yeah, you comment. What else? Wasn't there like a way to see just parents or that's it? What else? I'm bored. Oh, yeah. I need a vehicle. I saw. What else? Oh, I hate my chocolate milk. But I just want to anyone. What else? More. I must say, mommy. What else? Oh, 16 years ago. And then anyone like this. Oh, speaking of the forever. Oh, yeah, it's about whatever. So they go on to Marcelo del Giorgio, del Bulto, Carlinos. ¿No te pasaría con una tipo así hablando así? I just respond to their language. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. What? What else? What else? What else? Embarrassing. Dude, they read me 15 years ago and talk about it. I'm a stalker. They're all in a relationship. Oh, yeah. What else? 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 What? Anyways, I miss Jaden. I miss Jaden. What else? What else? What else? I know who this is. I don't know who that is. What else? 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 Maria misunderstood my commenting on my post. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Okay, anyways, I missed data. I'm just kidding on me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You didn't look at the data. That's the offer me. They get in the way of me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Despacito. What else? Maybe take one look at this for a minute. Uh, Lord, did I cook that day? What else? What's this on my bed? Let's. Oh, did I save you? What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, but I'm laughing at them now that I remember them. If they thought that we're just ready for a switcheroo. ¿Cuál de ustedes se va a quedar con Edgar sin saber like if Edgar is attracted to any one of these people? They mock my polyamory. They're so gross. They're deplorable. They're stupid. They steal from me. They get in the way of me receiving money. Ew, ew, ew. Then it's just raping behind the scenes and letting themselves get raped and trafficking sex slaves. They're so gross. What else? 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 Anyways, ugh, I didn't like that look for myself and whatever. And that happens sometimes when one looks at old pictures. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? Oh wow. So why am I starving and I don't have money? These people are so disgusting. What else? What else? What else? He's a porn addict. He's a sex addict. I don't know how they even comment. They're so gross, but that's how they're like. How did I be later? Fuck, they steal from me. They stay in my homes without my permission. They steal my vehicles. They get in the way of me receiving money, and then behind the scenes, they're talking to these asquerosidades most likely still. Ew, planning how they're gonna rape me or how they're gonna get my nudes or how boring my pictures are. Literally, I didn't ever have to send Edgar a picture of my vagina because he had it in front of him all the time. What else? 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 I'm bored. Bored. Oh, porque when they comment those asquerosidades, I'm like, who's behind them? And like, if I'm having this interaction, it's because I'm poor still. I'm seeking the death penalty for the people that steal from me and say my homes without my permission. So, like, I think about them, but just like that, like, ugh, ew, 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 ew. What else? 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 I'm bored. What's the sun's dot have rape and steal from me and get in the way of me receiving it. They think that I'm gonna talk to them? Ew, if I don't do this? Ew. O ellos se creen que yo me muero por darle un like otra vez, friend request. That's their attitude, possibly behind the scenes. They're so gross. They're like, ella se muere por ser mi amiga en Facebook otra vez. I never think about these people. They're never a part of my life. They're deplorable. They're so gross. Ew, 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 ew. What else? 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 I'm bored. What else? 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 I'm bored, so I don't have anything to talk to these people about behind the scenes. What else? 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 I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And that comment of it not being grande enough may have been tied to my financial situation. It's like I don't need to be kept a hostage-ish to have babies when they give me no up. I didn't like him having control of all the money in the relationship. What else? 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 Pero he does that, so I make it obvious that I hate it and seek the death penalty for the blood steal from me. What else? 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 Anyways, that's the illegal prostitute that they hire, stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles. By 19, I had not driven my BMWs yet. I had at least 4 of them. And he stole them from me para dárselo a María Luisa Rosa. ¿Qué le mama el pene de ser mí? Porque yo no sirvo como mujer, yo soy como una toddler menorita para él. And this is a woman, porque se rasura la vagina, se hace wax, o sea, es bushy, qué carajo sé yo. No longer speech impaired, this is what I've been meaning to do. Apparently, I'm adult age too, not just through my parents. Decades ago, they're disgusting. They're un asco, son una basura. I'm seeking the death penalty for Janitza Muñoz Carrera. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Que también se queda en mi casa sin mi permiso, me roban mis vehículos, dan unas cosas, gente, they're deplorable. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What? Anyways, I'm staying at the library until 8 to see if I receive money gifted to me, my bank account or PayPal. What What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm very bored. Is this picture private or not? Similar, similar. Something like that. Is that what the song says? Similar. Where is my bank account number? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. My bank account. What else? Is this picture private or public or not? Edit privacy. Can I edit the privacy? Always. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways, I was there for vacation y me lo encontré basura. Porque I visited a hotel, was like this, what else? Is the penalty for like vacaciones, people that I didn't want to see, people I'm seeking the death penalty for. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? People that steal from me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. These people are stalkers. They're so girls. They're driving my vehicles. I've heard they're like, I'm controlling its vagina. I'm controlling its vagina. That was ew, 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 ew. They're deplorable. They're so gross. They're stupid. Ew, 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 ew. I'm bored when I'm financially stable. I plan to travel, plan and meet people. Ideally, polyamorous men. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I want to order food for myself through Uber Eats. I don't have electricity in my vacaciones for the most part. Everyone, the understanding of amnesia is like that. That's like the opposite of vacaciones. And what she really did on vacation, it wasn't there after, right? I thought que I needed vacation all over again. That's possibly what I meant with the caption, vacaciones. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyway, someone suggested that I should join OnlyFans. Who's gifting me money for that? What else? What else? What else? What else? Son unos brutos, and then they go bragging to people que su novia está en OnlyFans. Que su novio está en OnlyFans. Dan un asco. They're deplorable. They're so gross. I don't ever want them near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? When did I cook for myself in my apartment? I need to use the restroom. I think I have applesauce for me to eat later. I have one dark chocolate caramel from AT. What else? What else? What else? Rate me to steal my money to get in the way of your saving money. You can decapitate. I'm bored. When did it cook? This is the. What else? What else? What else? What else? That was amazing. Restroom. I'm bored. I'm bored. When was this? Oh, I painted in my apartment. I have somewhat of a cankle. I haven't had enough food to eat like in 3 days. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo. That steals my money, gets in the way of me receiving money. Trying to tell me what to do with my life, because if I don't let her rape her, then she wants to become my dom. She's a human rights violator, so gross. They're disgusting. They're so gross. They're deplorable. Ew, 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 ew. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I have at least Velozaigois for at least more months. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate Carolina Chavez. That stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, and steals my money. She's disgusting. Anyways, it's this live, so is this video live? I think I got disconnected. The internet. Anyways, the ugly picture of me that they were looking for. That was almost 5 years ago. What else? 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 El tipo es un puerco, es una basura, una asquerosidad. Ew, 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 ew. Ew, 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 ew. I get in the way, we're saving money. They steal my homes, they steal my... I'm bored. Is this live still? What else? 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 My big... What? Big... ¿Dónde está? What else there is? Yes, this is live still. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm gonna cook for myself today, not on money. I don't have family of origin for the most part. They're murderers, rapists, and thieves for the most part. They're so gross. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And I keep checking my inboxes to see if anyone gives me money to do my social media accounts, to do PayPal, before I leave the library so I can buy myself food today. I bus pass possibly because the car dealership is closing soon. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. You can look out with Leon Baker. I didn't want to see him ever again. He took me hostage. Thrill face